Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican boys, verbos Latinos.
That's literally not true.
Okay. So I wasn't expecting that effect there. I think that was better. All right, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, I think. Just checking everything. There we go. Everything looks right. Does it look right? All right to you guys? Everything's in place? Let's do green. Green's good. All right. Welcome. Happy Monday. Sorry. Order in the court. Order in the court. Everyone, please be seated. Find yourself a seat. It is Monday again. We have so much to do, so much to talk about, and so little time to do it in, unfortunately. So let's see. We have a couple things going on. That was not the one. This one. I like the blue. It's going to go with blue. I've got lights behind my TV, and I have not yet managed to get them worked up so that the mods can control them, as is the goal. But we'll get there eventually. Welcome. I see everyone's coming in and taking their seats. Thank you. I hope everyone had a good weekend. Here in the U.S., it was Mother's Day. It was also my anniversary with Mrs. R.A. I guess she has the anniversary as well. It's not just mine; it's our anniversary. And it was a very good weekend for us. We also had my eldest son celebrated a birthday over the weekend. And big changes going on there. So lots of fun things going on. I hope your weekend was good. For those that this weekend may have been painful, our hearts go out to you. Just know we're thinking of you, and hopefully you can reflect on the good memories that you've had in the past as we celebrate that wonderful day. We all owe our mothers a little bit for something. Let's see. Where's my soldier boy? It's in the other room. I should bring it. Sherry McDonald won the internet again. She's CEO, so she just retained ownership. That is all. Nikki came in early and re-upped her membership there to get a new courthouse color by her name. Nikki, it looks great. Congratulations on that. And we also had Nancy as well. Nancy Araro. Araujo. I don't know how to say your last name. Araujo? There's too many vowels. I think the J makes a Y sound. That's what I'm thinking. But Nancy, please correct me on your name. I'm sure I butchered it every time I tried, but I will try to say it correctly. Let's see. We have a lot to talk about and a little time to do it. Let's turn this off. Turn this back to here. Okay.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Taking it easy. Okay, we're looking for this morning. We have court. We're supposed to have court starting at 9:00. This is in the Brandon Castiglione case, which is fantastic. Other than that, he's got some big decisions to make today. Lisa Dempsey, good to have you as in that new color of courthouse as well. And Chris in Chicago says formerly CMH 3874. Chris in Chicago was a little easier to remember for me. Good to have you here with your 1 month anniversary message, Chris. Thank you so much. What's going on in court? If I can get all my video feeds up, which they're not prompt on Monday mornings. I think the court makes them tear down all the equipment over the weekend and then put it back up in the mornings. But so we're waiting frantically for them to give us a feed from the courtroom. So I will keep looking for that. I will say, however, we actually have some friends in court today. Let's see, who do we have? Let's see, Lee. I think we have Lee there. Lee says that they are in the courtroom, but it was still locked. That was almost an hour ago, and then they were waiting outside the courtroom near the family, and they're going to take some notes in there. Lee and Shells both are going to be in the gallery there in New Hampshire. So we're hoping we get video so we might be able to see Lee and Shells in the courtroom. I'm not sure if they want me to identify them or not, but we're gonna take a look here. Come on. Why? Let's see. Let me make this big. There we go. There's one. Boom. We'll hold that one off right there. Then we'll find another one down here, and we'll be good to go. Okay. Good. Use a separate display. Let's turn audio on for 2. Mics are hot. We're ready. It's Monday, and we're ready already. This is crazy. KH in South Carolina, still in Crete, but leaving on Wednesday. Hopefully you're having a fantastic vacation. KH, make sure you send pictures. But glad you can join us here from Crete on vacation. That's cool. Could we add a countdown to start the show? Usually I miss start theme tune because of ads and other stuff. Oh, I forgot. The one thing they won't let me turn off is the skippable ads at the beginning of the live stream. And I do try to have all the ads turned off on the live streams. I want as few ads as possible, but that's the one thing I can't do. If I had a brief countdown, then you should be able to skip the ad. Let's see, 5 seconds of pre-video before you can skip, right? I think I'll try to do that. Maybe I can add it. Maybe I can add like the video has like a built-in countdown as part of it. I think that's what you were talking about. I like that idea. Thank you very much for that, Ola. I will try to do that. I'd hate that you miss. Here, I'll play the beginning of the song for you. This is what it sounds like that you miss all the time. It sounds like this. That's the pump it up part. I'd hate for you to be missing this part. A little bit of snare in there, hi-hat. Beat drops in 3, 2, 1. Boom. Yeah, I'd hate for you to miss that part. Sorry about that. That's the best part of the whole thing. Pleased to cover this trial now. Hey, yes, excited utterance. I very much am. We've got a poll going right now. I'm actually going to wrap it up because we have another poll to fire off before court starts in just moments. So we're going to end this first poll. The first poll was whether or not Brandon Castiglione was going to fire his lawyers and represent himself. And we got a yes of 56% and a no of 43%. So we're fairly well split on that one. I'm going to fire off the next poll right now. Uh-oh. Let's see. Buffer. Chat's not showing on screen. Fixed it. Thank you very much, Katrina. I still have to fix the chat command, so that works for you guys. I'll get on that. Okay, new poll. Start a poll. Will Brandon have to really push the B?
Alex stole it as well.
Castiglione testify in his own defense. Boom. I think I spelled everything right. It looks good. Looks close enough. I think you understand what I meant to say if I didn't make any typos.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Are we going to address subject matter?
Lisa Dempsey. Good to have you here, Lisa. Awesome. Thank you so much for your continued support. Let's see. Another YouTuber that done a live last night says that they've now got a choice to have ads during live and get paid for it, so she turned ads on. I don't blame anyone for turning ads on. The ad revenue, especially if you have a lot of viewers, can be very significant. It really can. In the early days, I looked at the ads that we had during like the Daryl, right after I was monetized at the end of Daryl Brooks, and it was equating to like 17 cents to $1 roughly a day. It's different now. It's a little bit different. It can be a little more substantial, but I think for what we're watching, the way the ads work, they overlap. You just miss part of the program, and that's what I hate. I hate that about any channel. So I don't do that. There will be ads on some videos where you are watching it on the rewatch, but then it like breaks, it pauses, and then you pick up right where you left off. But on the live, I don't like to have any ads. Wallflower, welcome to the gallery. Good. I think you got a new courthouse color next to your name as well. I think that's green now. Congratulations on your continued support. Let's see. Court TV is showing the plaque live. Yeah, we've got the plaque right here as well. We're just waiting for the program to come up. Thank you, Charmaine. We've got a couple friends in court that are going to be taking some notes and looking at everything that happens. My guess is he wants to testify without the cross-exam, so if he fires his attorney, he can attempt to testify through his closing argument. He sort of can. And depending on how the judge handles it, that's going to be interesting, because sometimes they'll say, you know, the attorney's comments are not evidence, right? And so the attorneys can say things that aren't necessarily evidence, and the jury is supposed to just remember that, you know, that's not evidence, and just follow what they learned in court. But if he's his own lawyer, he may get around that by being able to testify, being able to tell a story that was not presented in court through evidence. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And how does he do the questioning, right? No dead horse. For those of you that have watched the Jurors show on Freevee, on Amazon's Freevee network, it's a show that's where the whole court is fake, but one of the jurors on the court doesn't know it's fake. At least that's the premise. I'm not sure exactly how true they held to that, but there's a funny part in there where the defendant decides to represent himself. And he is running. He's running from the stand to the witness stand and to the pulpit, back and forth, asking himself questions and answering. So I imagine it would look something like that. Let's see. There's Brandon right there. I have this one as a backup.
Bring the jury.
There we go. Okay. We are all good. Happy Monday. Had a fun time out metal detecting over the weekend. Went out to an old church. For those that saw the little video I posted on the channel, went out to an old church and had permission to detect this.
For the record, I don't consent to that name.
It's an old Presbyterian church in rural North Carolina. Little tiny town. I mean, just tiny town. Just maybe 1,000, 2,000 people in it. And had fun, found lots of wheat pennies. The oldest one was like 1942. No silver, unfortunately. I was hoping for some silver, but it's possible that might have been cherry picked. Silver is actually really easy to find with a metal detector. It's probably one of the easiest metals to find. And so that often gets picked over. But I did find a little tiny toy soldier from about the 1930s era. It was a World War I replica soldier with the gun and the bayonet and everything. And it was still painted. You could still see the paint on the face, the gun, the grass, the green on the bottom. It's a lead toy soldier, about 3 inches tall. Had a little bit of damage on it, but it was a lot of fun. Offered it to the actually I got the permission through the mayor of the town, and so I went over and stopped by the mayor's house and showed her everything that I found, and she took pictures and sent it to the trustee of the church, saying I told him if he wants any of this, you know, he's welcome to all of it because it sort of belongs to him. And in the process, I got permission to metal detect everything that the town owns, all the town properties, the parks, the old train depot from 1900, the city office. Well, they don't really have city offices, but they have like a lot where they've had, you know, fairs and flea markets and everything else. So I've got all that ground to detect. The only downside is I think at one point it was also the like town dump, so it's just metal everywhere, just scrap metal everywhere. It's going to be a nightmare, but there could be some treasure there. Yeah, jury duty is so funny. That is a funny video, especially those of us that love true crime, and then occasionally see little bits of that in the courts we follow. Let's see, Brooks basically used his closing to testify rather than actually testifying. You could avoid cross that way. I don't think that he'll testify, or maybe I'm really hoping he won't. He can't win right now, and I hope that his lawyers can get that through to him. Suzanne, here's the thing. The state has not been asking all the right questions from the witnesses, and I wonder if they will still not ask him the right questions if he testifies. They never ask the question we all want them to ask. They just rest their case. Okay, thanks for showing us the Saturday finds. Awesome. I hope to have some more, Charmaine. We're going to try to get out there again. Okay. I will say I took my two youngest children out metal detecting later that same day. We went to a park, and my daughter, my second youngest child, found a ring. She found her first ring, and she's super excited about it. So that was neat. It's just a gold plated ring. It's a trinket, but she's thrilled. It fits her, and she was just really excited. So that was fun. And we found several earrings. I think 3 different earrings, and a little, the little tag off a necklace that has the little maker's mark and the 14K or the, 925 silver stamp. My son found one of those, just that little tiny tag piece buried in the sand in a volleyball pit. So they're doing good. They've got the skills. They'll find some good stuff. The state has not proved anything. This is also a problem in this case. I don't know how the jury's going to convict because there's no evidence. Well, here we go. Let's see what we have. No audio yet. Okay. What did the coins reveal? Hang on one second. I'm waiting for audio. We're not getting it.
No one will have access to this portion of the transcript. Absent further. The last time we were in court on Friday, you had asked for the weekend to discuss with your lawyers and thinking about whether or not you wanted to testify in your defense this morning. Okay, and we had a discussion, you and me. The state wasn't part of that, where you talked for probably about 15 or 20 minutes, and we had a discussion. And at the very end, I agreed that that would be a reasonable request. The lawyers after that kind of raised some concerns, because remember my order is to them if they have concerns about how you're doing psychologically, they're going to let me know. They were concerned that at the end of the day on Friday that you had made some religious observations about what your lawyer is going to be very difficult for her to communicate, if not impossible for her to communicate with you. Okay? And so they felt like they should raise that with me, and I said, okay, well let's give you a break over the weekend. It was a long week. And have a hearing on Monday morning and kind of see where we're at. So your attorney's just going to want to make a record of that, and then I'll hear anything you have to say after that. I did, as was done in the past, because of that concern, request the jail to make copies of your jail calls just to see, it doesn't really matter to me what you're saying, just kind of how you were psychologically. I haven't listened to them yet, but they were provided to the parties, and I don't think they've listened to them yet either. So I don't know what they say, and it may be that I don't have to listen to them. I don't know, but I want to make sure I get this decision correct. Those are sealed exhibits, by the way, so they're not part of your trial. No one's ever going to get to hear those records. I'm going to issue a protective order so that the state can't share your conversations. The jail did tell me that some of the conversations were with your dad. I think one might have been, or a few with your sister. Some of the people I don't know. And so that's where we're at. Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to your attorneys to make the record that they can change to make, and I'll hear what they have to say. And then Mr. Castiglione, I'll hear what you have to say. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
His attorneys are arguing against him.
So essentially, Your Honor, what happened on Friday, my co-counsel and I went downstairs and were speaking with Mr. Castiglione about a number of issues. Actually, I think some of this may have been upstairs in the room next door right before the status of counsel hearing, and then some was downstairs after that hearing. And I think the more concerning part was the downstairs. I believe, and I wish I kept specific track, I think it was, to the best of my recollection, 4 specific separate times. Mr. Castiglione, wish I had written down direct quotes, but expressed that Amy Ashworth, my co-counsel, was either being possessed by effect. Mr. Castiglione is saying influenced is what he's telling me right now.
Okay, we need to switch. We need to hear this.
Gail did tell me that some of the conversations were
We're backing up a different feed.
One might have been, or a few with your sister, some of the people I don't know. And so that's where we're at. Okay. So I'm going to turn it over to your attorneys to make the record that they think they need to make, and I'll hear what they have to say. And then Mr. Castiglione, I'll hear what you have to say. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. So essentially, Your Honor, what happened on Friday, my co-counsel and I went downstairs and were speaking with Mr. Castiglione about a number of issues. Actually, I think some of this may have been upstairs in the room next door right before the status of counsel hearing, and then some was downstairs after that hearing. And I think the more concerning part was the downstairs. On, I believe, and I wish I kept specific track, I think it was, to the best of my recollection, 4 specific separate times. Mr. Castiglione indicated, and again, I wish I had written down direct quotes, but expressed that Amy Dashworth, my co-counsel, was either being possessed by Satan, controlled by Satan, under Satan's control, words to that effect. Mr. Castiglione is saying influenced is what he's telling me right now.
This is awful. All the feeds are so bad. We now lost audio. They've cut the audio feed. They cut the audio feed. Apparently we weren't supposed to hear this. Yes, he's laughing. 4 times Brandon Castiglione in conversation after they discussed everything, after the judge said, hey, you need to think this over for the weekend. 4 times he said that his the female lawyer, Amy, I can't remember the name he said, her last name, but 4 times they said that she was possessed by the devil. So, yes. So, good thing we've got some people in court right now who are listening to this, who will be able to give us a rundown, hopefully, on this. But, so, obviously some religious statements. Now, I'm not saying that this is, it does not necessarily, the Prince of Darkness himself cut the audio feed, says Wendy. But she seems so nice. Yes, you notice she's no longer sitting next to him. He's like, I don't want to sit next to the devil anymore. Can I change seats? And they said, no, but we can move the devil. We've got audio on. We're getting absolutely nothing from the 2 feeds. As a matter of fact, both of them are showing the wall. So, man, I feel like we've been raised on all the same shows. Wrong portal. This is fun. Okay, so the feed's going bad now, so we're going to switch over to the other feed because it's a little bit better. Poor lady seems upset. Well, she got called out, Alley Cat. She got called out for being possessed by the devil. How would you feel if the person you worked your tail end off to get out of a conviction, a murder conviction, called you the devil? They kicked the gallery out for this part. Oh no, Lee, I think you were our source. Man, bummer. Okay, so Lee, here's what's going on. Here's what we know. Apparently, this wasn't supposed to be broadcast, but we got this part. So what happened is Brandon called his defense attorney, not all his attorneys, but just the female, the lady on his defense, the devil, like 4 times, or possessed by the devil, or under the power of Satan, a child of the devil, some derivative of that general remark. So 4 times over the weekend, or actually on Friday, that happened. So now he's supposed to be thinking over this. His attorneys are, this is what blows my mind. His attorneys right now are arguing against their clients. Their client has said, these are my wishes. I would like to represent myself. And the attorneys say, I don't know. We'd like to keep representing you. And so we're going to paint a picture of you before the judge. We're going to share with the judge what our private conversations consisted of. which you think there may be some attorney-client privilege here that may be interesting. I'm not sure if he waived that right or if the judge has ordered them to disclose this information. But they're sharing this information about what they've discussed in private, just him and his attorneys. And attorney's possession was a secret until this defendant showed up. Yeah, the cat's out of the bag now. The cat is out of the bag. I thought she did good letting the prosecution sink. She did a great job. We might have a brief exorcism and then continue in the trial. Sorry, I meant devil-client privilege, says Ashley. Yeah, the grin and the laugh is not a good look. I agree, Leslie. For him to try to win the judge over on his right, this is a right. Okay, this is not like a privilege or something the judge can honor, at his whim. But he has a right to defend himself, and so for that right to be taken away, the judge has to cite cause and say, I'm stripping you of this right because X, Y, Z. In this case, you are crazy. That would be one of the ways he could do that. But look at his behavior throughout court. Can you honestly say someone's firmly held religious beliefs, although different from your own, constitute them being crazy, when everything else he's done throughout this behavior throughout court seems to be the most sane, the most involved, the most attentive? His behavior has been spot on, has been perfect, has been respectful. He's been engaged. He's been talking with his lawyers. He's been, keeping notes throughout the whole thing. And now suddenly they say, oh, by the way, he's crazy. He's crazy because he has these religious beliefs. I'm not sure if it's enough to say that those religious beliefs are so extreme that he no longer has the right to defend himself in court. Might need a lawyer to weigh in on this. Wish the attorney would record the meeting. Yeah, that also may be a problem, Kim, because now you've got a defendant saying, okay, my attorney doesn't even know what was said. He's got this vague recollection, but he can't cite anything. It's like it was something to do with, this is weak testimony, if anything. Is he trying to act insane? No, I don't think he is. Phyllis, it's going to be a good day today. Great. The one day I missed trial, we have fireworks, says Luke Parks. Happy Monday, Colette. It has started already. He wants to go pro se because he thinks his attorney is in league with Satan. Yes, DMB, you've pretty much nailed it. Not the attorney that's speaking now. I'm not sure how he views him, but his other attorney, co-counsel, she is possessed by the devil, apparently. And he called her out on it over the weekend, 4 times. Good morning, but wow, LawTX. we need a lawyer to check in here. Who do we have on right now that can weigh in and maybe help us out? I'm bummed that Lee. I'm bummed they kicked you out of the courtroom. Lee and Shells are our source here. Are they going to burn sage now? They've got to do something, because you can't just proceed with the devil representing you at any point. That's never going to end well. So Brandon is trying to get lawyers to quit. He's trying to fire them so he can represent himself. And then he's still has to consider whether or not he's going to testify in his own defense. That's another right that he has. And it would be interesting if the judge says, no, you're crazy, you can't testify in your own defense. And then, yes, you can testify, or no, you're crazy, you can't represent yourself, but yes, you can testify in your own defense. The two answers should go hand in hand. So we might say, no, you can't represent yourself, and no, you can't testify in your own defense because you're crazy. But if he's crazy, how are we here in court? If he is not fit to stand trial, if he doesn't know right from wrong, if he thinks everything is wrong that is right, like if he thinks his lawyers are possessed by the devil, isn't that, I don't know. So many questions and so few answers in this trial. Judge could say he's not competent, but then what do we do with the trial, with the outcome of the trial? Looks like Court TV is having some issues on their feed as well. I'm going to switch over to right here just briefly while we wait for, we've got audio turned on both channels. So if anything happens, we're going to hear it. But didn't the insanity defense make sense, but seems like grasping at straws? It's too late for the insanity defense. He didn't file anything of the nature. As a matter of fact, he waived his, or convinced the court not to force him to do a mental examination, mental evaluation. Extreme religiosity, is that the word? Religiosity? Abe, are you making words up, or is that a real word I've never heard before? It's like religiousness or religiosity can be a sign of mental illness, but most of the time they're just religious. Yeah, that's the thing. Abe, if you had a firm belief that an inanimate object were holy, okay, that something that I regard as like a piece of trash or something that was completely just normal were a holy object, would that make you insane? I don't think so. I don't think it is. I mean, people have religious artifacts all the time that other people view as just something normal, or wouldn't even notice as being different. And where his religious beliefs run so deep that anytime he is faced with opposition, he may equate it to being sourced from the devil, from the adversary, from the enemy of all righteousness. I think that's what he's saying, because apparently she does not want him to do something he wants to do. Can the defendant, this far into a trial, essentially fire his attorneys and defend himself? I didn't know that was possible this far into it. Lex Luthor, yes. The right exists and can be exercised at any time, barring some reason not to. And the judge has to have a good reason not to. KT just gifted a membership. Good morning. Thank you. JT Brews Crime is in the house as well. Welcome, JT. Great show. Great show on Friday. You guys did fantastic. Let's see. Do we have... I'm scanning the list. Where are lawyers? Why do the lawyers keep banker's hours here? Come on. Own up a little bit. Matthew, Nicole, are either of you in the house? I'm only slightly concerned that the lawyer is divulging discussion that occurred between the client and himself, or the client and counsel, to the judge in court. Another concern I have is that the judge said that his phone records from jail would be sealed and that no one would have access to those. I believe any phone records that were to lawyers there should not be any record of that. They should not be recorded for anybody. But phone calls to family, aren't they public record, or at least discoverable by the state? I need a lawyer bat signal. I have one. Here, let's see. Hey, Siri. Hey, Siri, change my lights to red. Okay, so we make the TV go red. There we go. Lights are red. Bat signal is up. We need help. I would assume the client gave consent to discuss, perhaps. I don't think so. They're not on the same page. We have 0 speaking in tongues so far. I don't know if this is the right setting for that. And I'm not making fun of speaking in tongues. This is something that most Christians have a belief in at some point, whether it happened in the past or present, or happens in the present. That most Christians, biblically, there's strong religious belief that speaking in tongues occurred. Let's see. We've got this feed. We've got the judge's head, but no audio yet. Lee says they just asked video people not to re-air that closed hearing. Well, we won't re-air it again, but they aired it first. Okay, so... Okay. I don't see the poll. The poll was... We took the poll down. Sorry, I took it down and I didn't even see the answers. The first poll we had a little less than 60%. Oh, the judges had it. He's left for the day. He just up and out. He's going to think something over. Now, the first poll we had about, it was right around 60-40 or 55-45, something like that, as far as whether he was going to fire his attorneys. The second poll was going to be about, let me scroll up, see if I can still see it. The second poll was about whether or not he would testify in his own defense, and I did not see the results, so hopefully somebody caught those as they scrolled by. This would be why the family's worried Brandon and Lewis could have seriously argued prior to this day, and they were worried about them being alone together. Yeah, this is interesting. It's fascinating. I don't know what's going to happen here. Come back, Judge. He's thinking it over. I think we have probably a little break, probably to listen to phone calls. Watch for comments from Lee here in chat as he's got his ear to the ground there in the courthouse. How can they represent him and still be unbiased? Unholy Saint, my question is, how can they represent him and argue against his wishes, his legal wishes? If they honestly believe he's not mentally fit to stand trial, why did they not raise this as a concern at some point during the trial? Is this a reality show? It may be. We may have had a brief exorcism break. Somebody's Uber asked, who is it? Is it Uber Eats? But it's not Uber Eats. It's like the delivery people that bring you, anything you order, like Home Depot. Maybe they sent out for some holy water. It could happen. Or sage. Is it sage that's needed? We can't unhear it. Sorry. He did not tell us it was closed before he began. Could denying self-representation be a basis for appeal because the ruling might violate not only the right of representation, but in this case, religious considerations? Yes. My dog Clover, yes, this is definitely fodder for an appeal. If you have a judge that strips you of your right to testify in self-defense, this is a big thing. Okay, this is not a small decision in courts whether or not to allow a little piece of evidence, which is enough to appeal. If they wrongfully allow a piece of evidence in that they should not, that's appealable. But in this case, if they will not allow you to A, represent yourself, which is a constitutional right, or B, testify in your own defense, which is a constitutional right, that could definitely be an issue. What is the name of your intro music? It's called Press Fuse on the audio that I listen to, but there's another name for it, and the mods know what that name is, or some of the mods know what the name is. Did I miss part of the hearing? Yes. Apparently, yes, we missed part of the hearing, Sarah, and it became a closed hearing halfway through. So we cannot hear the end results. We'll see the results because there's a possibility of either Brandon sitting by himself at the table, which will tell us that he won his request to represent himself, or the lawyers will still be there, and he might be in a straitjacket, which will tell us the lawyers won, and to convince the judge that he's crazy. Belinda Duncan, welcome to the gallery again. Good to have that colored courthouse by your name. Light blue. Appreciate your continued support. Maybe Maria made a phone call to Brandon telling her that she was the devil. Okay, religion. I don't know if there's I don't think it would go all the way to the Supreme Court. I think generally issues like this that are major issues or major rights have some precedence, and this might be overturned on appeal. It wouldn't have to go all the way to the Supreme Court. Generally, Supreme Court is where issues have arisen that sort of have never been handled before in court, or an issue that has been arisen that has been handled before, and possibly you're arguing that it was handled wrongly, and in the preceding one as well as this one. Judge is trying to cover up the fact that defense attorney is possessed by Satan. It's like, shh, don't let anybody know. Okay. Who said no? I missed something. I want to catch that. Somebody said a comment about no, most Christians. Okay, Mighty Heidi says, no, most Christians do not believe in speaking in tongues, babbling, that these people practice. It's a misinterpretation of the Bible. Okay, but I'm not talking about the actual, the language they speak or how they interpret that. But I'm talking more on a fundamental level, talking like Day of Pentecost type thing. There's scriptural backing for speaking in tongues. How that actually occurred is different, but there's some scriptural basis biblically for speaking in tongues. Every religion might, or every different sect may interpret that differently and practice it completely differently. Well, some say that was something that happened in the past. Others say that's something that still happens now. That's what I was getting at. I realize not most Christians do not have what the Pentecostal church has with the speaking in tongues, as I used to call it, babbling, which I think you're correct on that. Let's all of the addicts here go to church and pray Brandon does the right thing, says William. Whatever church it is, just go there and pray, and maybe see if we can get the devil out of his lawyer. Lex Luthor, here's the funny thing. You say he's definitely going to go straight to jail if he defends himself. The state would have to do something right that they have done wrong all along, and that's they're going to have to prove that he was the one who did it. If they can get him to admit that he shot him on the stand, yes. Boom. Case closed. Guilty. But if they do what they've done with every other witness and not ask the right questions, and just leave all the doubt there on the table, I don't think it's that open and shut. Okay. Yeah, don't rear it. That's not how the internet works. I can go back and cut this part out of the video, and I can do that once the video is done. And if the judges requested that, I'd be happy to do that. Okay. Sister knew something. We'll never know what the sister knew. This is the only time we can discuss religion in chat, and we have to be careful with it. I'm not making fun of any religion. Hopefully, you don't interpret it that way. I have a very strong belief in respecting everyone else's religious, right to practice the religion of their choice, or not practice the religion of their choice, as the case may be. But I think that is a key right that is held very firmly here in the United States and other places as well. Let's see. I don't understand why the prosecution never asked why his sister was so concerned about him not answering his phone, or what the dream was, or I realized the dream would be a little sketchy area, but yet featured so prominently on her decision making. Does Google Translate work for speaking in tongues? It depends, I guess, what tongue you speak in. Melinda, I think I welcomed you already. Welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much. And Football Mom as well. Welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. It's a brand new member. Let's see. And now we have no feed whatsoever. This is good. Both of our feeds went dark. Do you think they'll replace the female defense attorney with another attorney from their firm if they have one? They could. I don't know. Was she going to give the closing statements? I mean, that could be a big deal. You know how to pick him when it comes to crazy defendants to show on YouTube. It keeps us entertained. It's sometimes we have what we think is a sleeper case, and suddenly it just pops and becomes alive. Oh my goodness, Dean. Oh my goodness. Dean, Mom is absolutely amazing. Hope everything goes well. We thought for sure we'd have good news and a new baby. Hope everything goes well there. Brianne, I need the soundbite. I have exorcised the demons. Right, it is not the religion on trial. I imagine amongst us, we probably have people who practice the Pentecostal faith, and who are just amazing people and amazing examples of Christians and just great people. We just we're not poking fun at or ridiculing anyone for their faith. It seems everyone on both sides are against him. Cover up, maybe. Michelle, this has been brought up several times. The family all testified against him, which was surprising to me. Let's see. Oops. I hit the wrong button. Wait for it. With the family all testifying against him, you just expect there's something that they know, right? They all seem to be united against him for some reason. Let's see. This case took a complete 180. Now it's off the rails. We don't even know what's going on. The feed has been cut from the courtroom. Like, I'm wondering if the judge has ordered Court TV Court TV is the pool camera of record here in this case. If they order them to pull down the feed, they would have to stop their live stream to be able to pull that down, and maybe that's why we're in black right now. We are current right now. We are current, but we don't know exactly where in the river we are as far as this current goes. Let's see. My guest recovery. Who's this? We're getting video on the Court TV audio feed. Tight. So at least the Court TV feed might be coming back. Other feeds, not so much yet. Okay, there's a new one. Okay, let's switch to this one.
Maybe soon.
If it flickers, we're going to go back in time.
Gentlemen. Okay, we're resuming in this case of State versus Brendan Castiglione. This state had rested as of last Friday. Then we adjourned early, and we are resuming. Does the defense? How does the defense want to proceed?
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Okay. All right, the defense is rested. We are going to proceed with closing arguments then.
What in the world? And defense is going first?
Brandon Castiglione is not guilty. The police jumped to conclusions. Within 2 minutes of the first officer arriving on the scene, Brandon was in handcuffs in the back of a police car. And because the police jumped to that conclusion, they did not do a thorough investigation. And as you've heard, they only looked for evidence that pointed at Brandon. I want to talk to you about some of the ways the police did not do a thorough investigation. Evidence that they should have collected, but that they simply did not. So, what did you hear about that? Well, you heard there was a cell phone right there on Brandon's bed. See multiple pictures of it.
Okay, we're having all the feed just dropped from.
But you heard the police didn't collect that. You heard Trooper O'Leary testify about the kinds of information that can be on a cell phone. GPS data, calls, texts, all kinds of things. You heard him explain how they go about the process of applying for a search warrant. What they have to show. That it's likely that there would be evidence related to the case. They had Brandon as their suspect. His GPS records of where he was that day, of course the judge would have signed off for that. The police could have had that. All they had to do was ask. But you heard. They didn't bother. It wasn't part of their application for a search warrant. You never heard that any officer ever asked Brandon for permission. You did hear that's another way to search for a phone, or to search a phone. In fact, that's what happened with Luis Garcia's phone. The police searched that because they had permission. They didn't ask Brandon for permission. They didn't ask for a search warrant. They didn't bother looking. for the most basic thing that was right there in front of them. Well, what other ways did the police not do a thorough investigation? Did the police not obtain important evidence and information that they should have? You heard when Mark Castiglione, Brandon's father, got on the stand and testified. He said he thought Brandon had a car that day, and then he wasn't sure, and maybe it was returned earlier, and he really didn't know. Why didn't the police find out back then whether Brandon had a car available? Whether Brandon could have gone for a drive? Whether Brandon could have gone anywhere? The police did nothing to investigate where Brandon was on October 1st. You didn't hear any police officer tell you that they knocked on all the doors on that street, that they asked, hey, did you see anyone come or go from number 15? I mean, we're talking about basic things that you should have heard. Where was any evidence of any of that? The police did not do the most basic things in investigating this case. They didn't do it because, again, within 2 minutes, they had decided it was Brandon. He was in handcuffs in a police car. Now, I've explained to you how the police jumped to conclusions. The government wants you to jump to that same conclusion. You heard in the government's opening statement them say how simple this case is. One bullet, one gun, one man. One man that they can't put in the house at the time of the shooting. One man that they can't say fired a gun that day. One man who had no reason to shoot his friend. What the government doesn't want you to think about is 4 very important words in this case. Beyond a reasonable doubt. You've heard that several times throughout the case. The government has to prove their case. Brandon doesn't have to prove anything sitting there. The government has to prove that Brandon did what they're claiming he did. They have to prove that to you beyond a reasonable doubt. I want to talk about those 4 words for a minute. You know, your jury service started actually before you ever saw Judge Ruoff. Started with that video that you watched first thing when you came in on jury selection day. And that video introduced you to some important legal concepts, including different levels of proof for different kinds of cases. One level of proof is called proof by preponderance of the evidence. Think of it as the scales of justice, and if they tip ever so slightly one way or another, that's proof by preponderance of the evidence. That's all it takes in some kinds of cases. But that's not the standard that you're applying here. There's another, higher standard that applies to other kinds of cases. Certain kinds of cases have a higher standard called clear and convincing evidence. If the evidence is clear, if you are convinced, that is not the standard that you are applying.
This is the only feed available.
The highest burden.
Sorry, guys.
The highest standard, I should say, that our legal system has. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And the judge has told you, if you have a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. And I want to talk to you for just a minute about why it's that way. It's that way because of our constitutions, both the New Hampshire Constitution and the U.S. Constitution. And that standard was written into those documents. And the great scientist, statesman, founding father Ben Franklin said it far better than I ever could, so I'm going to read a quote from him. He said, "That it is better 100 guilty persons should escape than that one innocent person should suffer is a maxim that has been long and generally approved." That's why it's written into the Constitutions, for this highest standard, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I want to talk to you about another important moment in this case, one you may not be thinking of. On Tuesday of last week, not at jury selection, but right before the trial began, on Tuesday afternoon, each one of you stood in that box. Each one of you raised your right hand, and each one of you swore that you would follow the judge's instructions. You took that oath. And the judge has told you, if you have a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant, Brandon, not guilty. Now, the judge will tell you that your verdict has to be unanimous, and that's certainly true. He'll also tell you that your verdict has to be your own individual vote. And I want to talk about what that means for just a moment, because you don't all have to have the same doubt. If you doubt because the police didn't get the phone, if you doubt because Brandon had no reason to kill Luis Garcia, if you doubt because the police didn't test the gunshot residue kit that they took, if you doubt for another reason, that's okay. You don't all have to have the same doubt. If each of you individually has a reasonable doubt, your individual vote is not guilty. And if each of you vote not guilty, that is what is meant by a unanimous verdict. I want to talk about some other ways that the police did not do a thorough investigation. And that, ladies and gentlemen, one of the ways is the gunshot residue that they took a kit for, that they collected, never tested. You heard about the warrant for Brandon, for his body. You saw all these pictures, a couple dozen or more, documenting everything they did, documenting what he was wearing, documenting each layer of clothes they took off, documenting his hands. You heard. The police got a warrant for all of that because they knew it could contain important evidence. You heard they took swabbings of his hand for completing a gunshot residue kit. You heard that someone who fires a gun will have residue on their hands. The judge signed off on that warrant. The police requested that warrant. They did that for a reason. And then they didn't bother to test it. Could have shown that Brandon didn't fire a gun that day if they had just bothered to test that. But it wasn't just the gunshot residue kit from his hands that wasn't tested. It was also his clothes. All of those were collected. All of those were sent to the state lab. Those could have also been tested for gunshot residue. Again, could have shown if Brandon fired a gun. Could have proved that he did not fire a gun. The government didn't test that. You know, the only evidence you heard about actually testing for gunshot residue, that was from Dr. Duvall on Luis Garcia's hands to eliminate the possibility of suicide. I want to talk to you for a few moments about some things I think the government may try to argue to you. After I'm done talking to you here, they're going to get up, they're going to have the opportunity to talk to you too. I don't know exactly what they're going to say, but I have some guesses. I want to talk about some things they're likely to say and why you shouldn't be persuaded by what they say. You know, at its simplest, the government wants you to believe that it must have been Brandon, he must have shot Luis Garcia, and he must have just stayed there and prayed for several hours. I mean, you heard.
That's the only feed available, guys. Sorry, we've got to live with these gaps.
That they may try to tell you that you should believe that. They may try to say, well, Brandon didn't go many places. But think about what evidence you actually heard. You heard, again, from Mark Castiglione, Brandon's father. What did Mark tell you? Mark told you, I actually don't know Brandon's routine when I'm at work. I'm not there, I don't see it, I don't know what he does during the day. He did know that Brandon sometimes went to events at churches other than New England Pentecostal, that he had multiple churches that he was involved in, went to. Did Brandon go to some event at some other church that day? Did Brandon drive the car that Mark thought he may have still had that day? Mark certainly did not say that Brandon was home. You know, the government may also try to say, well, it must have been Brandon. The doors were locked. Who else could it have been? How could anyone else have gotten inside? So let's talk about that for a moment. You heard at least one other occasion Luis Garcia let someone into the house. You heard. He had his wife Patty come over to see his painting. So you know at least one time Luis let someone in. He could have let someone else in that day. Mark said he wasn't aware of Luis ever letting anyone in. But that again and again. But here's the other thing about the doors being locked. If Brandon left, went somewhere.
This would be nice to hear this part.
He comes back. He locks the door. He takes his own house.
Brandon did not testify in his own defense.
And he starts praying.
I think what he tried to say there was that Brandon left, someone came in, shot him, left. Brandon came home, sees him dead on the floor, and starts praying.
Well, he kept the gun locked up in his room, in that file cabinet. Well, let's talk about what the evidence actually was. First of all, this is there on top of the file cabinet. Would not have been hard for anyone to pick that up and use that. And that's if the cabinet was even locked. Because what evidence did you actually hear? Again, you heard from Brandon's father, Mark. Mark said he wasn't sure if Brandon kept that cabinet locked. Mark said he was still keeping the gun in its case in that cabinet. He didn't know. What you do know is that there's another place that that gun could have been, and that is in a bag in the living room. You know it could have been there because you know guns were in that bag. The bag has a magazine. The bag has spent shell casings. Clearly, that bag was used to store or transport guns. That Glock could have easily been in that bag where anyone could get to it.
Can try a different feed here, just 1 second.
You do know is that there's another place that gun could have been, and that is in a bag in the living room.
This may be a better feed, so we're going to try this one.
You know it could have been there because you know guns were in that bag. The bag has a magazine. The bag has spent shell casings. Clearly, that bag was used to store or transport guns. That Glock could have easily been in that bag where anyone could get to it. The government may argue to you, well, Brandon didn't call 911. That's true. He didn't. There's no evidence of how long Brandon was there after finding Luis Garcia before the police arrived. You heard Brandon is a deeply, deeply religious man. You heard he often prays. You heard that's very common for him. You heard that when he prays, he shuts out the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not surprising that when he finds his friend killed, shot in the head in his own house, he comes back, finds that body. It's not surprising that for Brandon, what made the most sense was to pray. Certainly, would some other people have called 911? Yes, I think many, many would. But Brandon, what made sense to him was to pray. The fact that he did not call 911 does not make him a murderer. You know, one other thing I think the government may point to try to prove their case is fingerprints. So let's talk about those for a minute. You heard there were 2 fingerprints found on Brandon's gun. Well, again, it's his gun. He owned it. It's not surprising that his prints would be on it. And you heard the fingerprint expert, Rachel Martinez, tell you she can't say anything about the age of those prints. She can't tell you when those were left on the gun. The only thing she can say is that those prints were left sometime after the gun was manufactured. That's all. Those prints could have been there for weeks, months, years. Those prints don't tell you anything about whether Brandon fired that gun that day. The judge at the start of this case gave you some instructions. One of the things he talked about was circumstantial evidence, and he described that. He talked about how, you know, if it's dry outside when you go to sleep and it's wet outside when you wake up, that's circumstantial evidence that it rained overnight. It means no one saw it happen. That's what this case is, ladies and gentlemen. We have a purely circumstantial case. There's no evidence directly that Brandon shot anyone. There's some circumstances that the government wants you to believe indicate that he did. But the judge gave you one very specific, very important instruction that applies to circumstantial evidence cases. I want to get this right, so I'm reading directly from what the instruction was. And the judge told you that to be sufficient to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, circumstantial evidence must exclude all other reasonable conclusions. This means that if, from the circumstantial evidence, it is reasonable to arrive at two conclusions, one consistent with guilt and one consistent with innocence, then you must choose the reasonable conclusion consistent with innocence. Again, that's the judge's instruction, the instruction that you swore that you would follow. There are multiple reasonable conclusions based on the circumstantial evidence in this case. And one of those reasonable conclusions is that Brandon did not do it. It's reasonable to think that Brandon might have gone out that morning. And because of that, you must find Brandon not guilty. It's reasonable to think that maybe Garcia had someone over. And because that is reasonable, you must find Brandon not guilty. It's reasonable to think that the gun may have been left in that bag in the living room where anyone could have found it, picked it up, and used it. And because that's reasonable, you must find Brandon not guilty. Now, I want to talk to you for a few minutes about that gun. You heard about how this was tested. You heard about what information the lab had when they tested this. Now, you heard from Jill Terrio, the firearms expert. She talked to you about a training she went to about cognitive bias and how that can be unconscious, how that can, having information about a case, can unconsciously bias or taint, influence conclusions that are drawn. She said that's especially important in fingerprint cases. She talked to you about a study that she had heard about where fingerprint examiners were given 2 sets of prints to compare. And then a few weeks later, the same examiner was given the same sets of prints but given different information about the case, and how that often led them to make a different conclusion. Either that something was a match when they previously thought it wasn't, or vice versa. What did you hear from the actual fingerprint examiner here? Rachel Martinez told you she knew Brandon was a suspect. She knew the gun was found in close proximity to him. That is information she should not have had, information that influenced her conclusions. But it's not just that information that was given to her. You heard more than that. You heard how she had conversations with the lead investigator in this case, Trooper Stephen Sloper. Now, Trooper Sloper said that she was to look for evidence that would connect that gun to Brandon. And Trooper Sloper told her, if you find a connection, don't run any other tests. He specifically told her not to have those 6 swabs that were taken from the gun. 6 swabs of touch DNA. He said, don't test those. Ladies and gentlemen, the government wants you to convict Brandon without ever hearing from the lead investigator. And why didn't the government call their lead investigator? Well, you heard that too. The lead investigator, Sloper, said he was checking with the Attorney General's office and would get back and let the lab know what to test and what not to test. The very office that is prosecuting Brandon made the decisions not to test evidence that could have proven Brandon did not do it.
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence. Well, the jury's recollection of the facts will control. Very well. Thank you.
That's why you didn't hear from Stephen Sloper. And just to talk about that just a little bit more, you heard there were 6 swabs. 6 swabs that could have each had touch DNA taken from the grip, and there were swabs taken from the trigger itself. That evidence was not tested because prosecutors didn't want it tested because it could have hurt their case. Want to talk to you about one other very important thing in this case. Something that, quite frankly, makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. You heard testimony from Trooper O'Leary. He was the trooper in charge of actually physically collecting the evidence. You heard a lot of exhibits were labeled JGO 1, JGO 2, JGO 75, whatever the numbers were. And that JGO, those were his initials. Now, what did Trooper O'Leary tell you about the gun? Trooper O'Leary told you that he collected that gun. And he told you how many bullets were in it. And he even has it in writing. He testified to it. He has it in writing, State's Exhibit 114. I'm going to ask that you take a close look at this when you're back in the jury room, talking, deliberating about this case. Because what does this say? It says that there was 1 round in the chamber, 15 bullets in the magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard from Jill Terrio. The magazine had a capacity of 15 bullets. So I guess the government wants you to believe that Brandon, sometime before 9:30, shot his friend for no reason, went to the other room, loaded 1 more bullet into the gun, then put the gun on those plastic shelves in the hallway, then went back into the room where Luis Garcia's body was, and then prayed. That makes no sense whatsoever. That is a huge reason to doubt the government's case. Why on earth would anyone do that? Brandon could have gone anywhere that morning. That is a reason to doubt. There is no physical evidence that Brandon fired a gun that day. That is a reason to doubt. Brandon had no reason to shoot his friend. That is a reason to doubt. There are many, many reasons to doubt the government's case. The government did not prove its case because it could not prove something that did not happen. Brandon Castiglione did not shoot Luis Garcia. Brandon is not guilty.
Your Honor, if you could approach briefly, please. Yes, ma'am.
It was a pretty good closing. So they're going to quickly have a little bench conference here, sidebar. Here's what we know. This morning there was a closed hearing, which began to be an open hearing, and then halfway through the judge ordered the cameras off and the audio off. So during that closed hearing, we found out that over the weekend or Friday night, 4 times Brandon referred to the female defense attorney on his table as being possessed by the devil or a child of Satan or the spawn of Satan or something similar to that effect. Brandon was supposed to have the weekend to think over whether he would be able to fire, whether he wanted to fire his attorneys or represent himself, and he also had the decision of whether he wanted to testify in his own defense. During the closed hearing, the attorneys started arguing with the judge and presenting information about what Brandon told them in their meetings on Friday. That became a closed hearing. We don't know the outcome of that other than that Brandon still has attorneys and he did not testify in his own defense. So it's possible that the attorneys persuaded the judge that he has some sort of mental defect to the point where he should not be able to A, represent himself, or B, testify in his own defense, which seems strange to allow the court to proceed if that's the case. So it's bizarre. It's crazy. But here we are, and we're now closing statements. New Hampshire always has the defense go first. That's something I learned today. So I'm a little smarter today than I was before. But New Hampshire, the defense goes first in closing statements, so now the state will now present their closing.
Jury to stretch for a moment.
He's going to set up. Folks want to stand up for a second? More than welcome to.
Brandon's still taking notes. Presumably, if this goes south, he wants information for an appeal. He did want to fire his attorneys on Friday, had expressed that desire. The judge had him think it over the weekend. 6-volt. Nobody carries concealed carries without one in the pipe, meaning a full clip plus one in the chamber. The problem is his clip held 15, and there was one in the chamber. And in the testimony, the gun expert said that when they found it, there were still 15 rounds in the clip, meaning the clip was still full, and the officer had ejected one from the chamber when he checked the gun, when he cleared it. So that means that there were 17 bullets at play, not 16. So 15 in the magazine, one in the pipe, and also the one on the floor. So he would have had to have reloaded to have it be full like that, which is strange. Nobody on here, Scott, or anybody will convince me of anything this man is 100% guilty and using religion and God to try to get away with murder that he committed. End of story, period. Wayne, I also agree that he's guilty, but I don't think the state's proved it.
When a trial concludes, we say that the case is now in the jury's hands. And when a person gets married, a ring gets placed on their hands, and it's worn as long as both shall live. And when a son is born, a family first looks at the hands, and the family members say, what? It's okay. He's got 10 fingers, he's got 10 toes. Well, last Tuesday, we told you that Luis Garcia was killed by the defendant, Brandon Castiglione. And if this trial now concludes, the case will be in your hands. And 4 days before her wedding anniversary, Patricia Garcia found out that her husband was not okay. And now that ring on her hand was from a man who was never going to pick up that phone again. And a family, a sister, a grandmother, Danielle Padovano and Francis Pastana, they saw what their brother and grandson had done with his hands. And it was not a dream. It was a nightmare. Simply put, there is no mystery who the murderer is in this case. It's the defendant. The same man locked inside his house with Luis and no one else there but the two of them. His pistol.
There may be images
locked
shown here.
Inside his cabinet. This gun that was used to kill Luis Garcia by shooting him in the back of the head. And in the process, left fingerprints on it. His spent bullet casing on the floor, the one that came from his gun. Loaded from his ammunition from the top drawer of his bedside cabinet. The same as the only bullet casing in the room where Luis was shot and killed. And from this casing, his bullet on the floor. The one missing two pieces that was still in the back of Luis's neck. The bullet fired from that gun. And the only bullet in the room. It wasn't self-defense. It wasn't an accident. This was not a botched investigation, and it wasn't some mystery man like the defense wants you to speculate about. What you just heard from the defendant in openings just now was speculation, and speculation is not evidence. Evidence doesn't come from this podium. Evidence comes from that witness stand. Evidence comes from the exhibits, the stipulation, and what you saw in this courtroom. They want you to ignore the evidence and look anywhere else where all of the evidence points to the man who shot Luis Garcia with his Glock 9mm pistol, serial number TSA 446, that was loaded with Fiat all-copper 92-grain ammunition. The man sitting right there, Brandon Castiglione. Luis. He was a father, he was a husband, a friend, a counselor, and a minister. And his hands were at work constantly. And you remember hearing that when his asthma didn't let him go in and out of those refrigerated meat packaging and seafood packaging plants anymore, he had to switch over to painting. He started doing finish painting. And Luis was also a minister at New England Pentecostal. Not an ordinary minister. He built with his hands. He built a sign for the church. He did security for the church. You heard how he sat and spoke with others, counseled them through the best and the worst moments of their lives. He attended services on Sunday, Bible studies during the week, Monday prayer sessions, some of which were led by Minister Eddie. And in addition to all that, we heard how Luis took the time to try and counsel the defendant. The defendant's behavior leading up until the point of the murder, you heard, have become and could cause a concern in the church. This caused Luis to have an interest with this defendant that was beyond just being friends with each other. But as someone in charge of church security, he now had to have the security of others in mind. Luis began doing work at where the defendant lived, doing things like stripping wallpaper and painting for Mark Castiglione, the defendant's father. He had been doing it for more than a week before the defendant shot him. So Brandon knew that Luis was going to be coming over that day. Luis got into the house that day the same way he usually did, by using the key that was left for him under the mat on the mornings that Luis would come to work. A key that otherwise wasn't there. It was just for Luis on the days he was coming. You heard that from Mark Castiglione. No one else knew it was there. Even Mark's daughter, Danielle Padalano, and his former in-laws, Fran and Jeff Pestana, didn't know that it was there when they came over later that day and tried to get a hold of anybody in that house, desperately trying to reach somebody inside. On October 1st, 2019, Luis started his day at home. We know from Mrs. Garcia he left the house around 8 o'clock in the morning, alone. We know his phone logged the last call that he ever had was somewhere between 7:45, the call being made at 7:45 in the morning, to Minister Eddie. With his drive from Manchester to 15 Ridgemont Drive in Londonderry, common sense is going to tell us that can't be more than 20, 30 minutes tops. So on this Tuesday morning, Luis has hung up with Minister Eddie, arrived at the house, parked his Subaru in the driveway. The only car that Frances Pestana ever sees there, when she arrived later and went inside. Car in the home that has no garage, as you remember from reviewing through the photos of the different windows and entrance and exits. Has no garage. No other car seen there. Luis gets there, parks, and goes inside. A little over an hour later, maybe even less, this defendant had shot and killed Luis. We know that from Luis's phone. We don't know what caused it to happen in that hour, but we know something was different. We know something was wrong. You've heard testimony from multiple witnesses that Luis regularly picked up his phone when people called. Mark called him on that morning, on his morning break, just like he ordinarily would. 9:31 a.m., right from Mark's phone. That phone call went through. Brother Mark tried to call, missed call, about 9:30 a.m. This was what Mark usually did when Luis was going to be there. Brother Mark called, but very unusually, Luis did not pick up because Luis was likely already dead. Mark didn't know that. Maybe Luis was busy working or turned his ringer off. Mark did what? Tried the defense. Very next call, very next minute, the defendant did not pick up his phone either. Not all the rest of that day. The phone records prove that Luis was dead a little over an hour after getting to 15 Ridgemont Drive, because otherwise Luis, as he ordinarily did, would have picked up his phone. And the defendant didn't pick up his phone either during that same time period on forward, because whatever motivated the defendant to go through the process of getting his Glock from the locked cabinet, walking up behind Luis, raising his arms, pointing the Glock at the back of Luis's head, and pulling the trigger, knowing that Luis would die, when he shot Luis from behind, that must have taken place within that hour too. Big question. The only real mystery in this case is, why did the defendant do this? That's the mystery. And one tragic truth that every single one of us realizes, whether we've said it out loud to ourselves or not, whether it's in our own lives, our friends' lives, our families' lives, what we see on the news, one tragic truth is that every single day, people who love each other hurt the people that they love, or the ones who are trying to love them. And sometimes they even kill them. Sometimes there's no reason. And sometimes there's no good reason. Sometimes there's no reason at all. Human beings, we're not machines. Human beings don't do exactly what we expect them to do. The defendant certainly didn't think that Luis would see him coming. That's why he shot him in the back of the head. We'll never know why the defendant murdered Luis. We only know that he did. We only know that he shot him, and he knew it would kill him. And the charges in this case don't require the state to prove motive of why he killed Luis. That's important. That's worth repeating. Motive is not an element of the crime of murder. It's impossible to read a person's minds. We can speculate why he did it, though, can't we? Was it an argument over religion? Over Luis's role of the church, overseeing security, stopping the defendant's behavior there? Something from the midnight prayer session the night before, maybe. Why he called Minister Eddie? Was it resentment of the counseling that Luis was giving him and trying to tell him what was and what was not? A disagreement over what the word was? Was the defendant contrasting his own situation and coveting Luis's stable life and faith? We don't know. And we never will. And as much as we want the why, and why do we want the why? We want the why because it makes sense of the senseless, right? The why isn't something that the state has to prove. Just the who. Who killed Luis? And he's sitting right behind me right now. The same person whose behavior and demeanor had changed in the weeks leading up to the murder. And the testimony that we heard definitely shows he was thinking about Luis. So if murder did have to be shown, then that would be an indication that something had shifted, possibly towards homicidal thoughts. Were the two men friendly? That's what we heard. Was there tension? Was there disagreement? Was there conflict between the two men? We definitely heard that too. Again, even though motive is not something we have to prove, you can and should consider that it was the defendant who is the only one that you have heard has any motive to kill Luis. And again, it's an ugly truth, but we know it's a truth. People do terrible things sometimes for no good reason. No reason at all. During the argument that you heard just a few minutes ago, Attorney Harwood presented a theory, great theory, but it was without evidence. Pure speculation. For example, we heard from Mark Castiglione that the defendant had no job, no appointments, except when his grandparents would pick him up to do service in the nursing home on Mondays, or they would drive at nighttime to prayer or Bible studies. That's what we heard. He was in the house with Luis on October 1st, 2019, with nowhere else that he was supposed to be. That is evidence. Just like it's evidence that the house was secure and there was no sign of forced entry. We looked at every single one of those windows, every single one of those doors. And the killer didn't have to break in to kill his victim because they were both already there. The killer was already there, and so was the weapon that the killer used. And you heard that that gun was the gun to kill Luis. A gun that belonged to the defendant. This weapon was his gun. Nobody else. Certainly not the mystery man that they want you to believe in. Who would what? Break into a home, use a gun to shoot a person painting, then leave the gun and walk away? You heard the evidence and you saw the photos. Nobody broke into the defendant's house, let alone broke into the defendant's locked cabinet and used his gun to kill the victim. The key we looked at a minute ago, we've never heard any testimony from any witness that that was the key that opened up that particular cabinet. That's because the killer used his key to open that cabinet next to his pillow and get his gun, and in the process left his fingerprints on that gun. Then walked right around the corner into Danielle's old bedroom, now Mark's office space, and aimed the end of that barrel that we know is a couple of inches to no more than 12. From Dr. Duval, we know that's the distance between the end of that barrel and the back of Luis's neck. And the gunshot fired straight across his body, his spinal cord, right dead in the middle of the center of his body. It wasn't some mystery person that did this and left no trace. What? Obtaining the gun from the locked cabinet that he doesn't know where the key is, shooting Luis, then leaving the gun, then leaving the house locked, sneaking out without locking down anything. Shelves, post-it board, box right at the end. If you look, you can even see basket perched off center at the top. Came in, shot Luis, didn't disturb anything, didn't leave any physical evidence, didn't knock any of that, and then disappeared without a trace. It was the defendant who got his gun and loaded it and made it ready and had plenty of time to do it that day because his victim was coming to him. The defense wants you to speculate on when this happened, saying somebody could have come by between Luis getting there and Danielle and Fran being told about the key so that they could finally get inside. But we know from his phone that Luis was on the phone with Minister Eddie from the church starting at 7:45. Remember, it goes for 28 minutes and a few seconds. hung up his phone at 8:14 a.m. When Mark tries to call him, Luis doesn't pick up. When the defendant doesn't pick up, Luis continues to never pick up. That's at 9:30. That's 76 minutes. Within 76 minutes of his arrival, Luis is not picking up the phone like he usually does. That's not speculation, that's evidence. And Mark told us how he knew Luis was coming over that day. That's why he put the key under the mat. He did it just for Luis. There's no evidence that somebody else in 76 minutes that morning came from this key, went inside and did this. Something is wrong in that time period. You know that from more than just the jail calls too. Exhibit 7. We can see from the photo that the sanding block's fallen there at his feet. The wall's being prepared, right? The room is ready to paint, drop cloths are out, but he hasn't started painting the walls yet. You know he's dead because his hands are as clean as a whistle. Anybody who's ever picked up a roller or a brush knows there are no flecks of paint on Luis's hands. His workday had just barely begun when he was killed. That's not speculation. That's evidence of when this happened. Defense wants you to speculate that the defendant's failure to answer his own phone when called wasn't because he was avoiding discovery of his crime, but because he was praying so intensely and he just shut out the world for hours. But what's the evidence? We know what's wrong at 9:30, so 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, almost 2:30. Remember, Officer Phillips testified that he received that initial dispatch to get there around 2:28 in the afternoon. So we can call that about 2:30. So for 5 hours. Prayer so devout that he didn't respond to any external stimuli for 5 hours. What was he praying for? Help, one would think. But he didn't call 911. He didn't do anything for 5+ hours. The physical evidence shows that he didn't do anything to help Luis at all. Look at the photos of the crime scene when you're deliberating. None of that blood was stepped in or moved or splashed before the police got there and got around the defendant to Luis. No one got Luis's blood all over them, the mystery man. The defendant didn't go anywhere for help. Mark testified that he believed, well, the second car was leased at one point, but then maybe not. Police didn't see any second car there. Fran told you she was there.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
The jury will use its own recollection of what the facts were.
Thank you, Your Honor.
As I've already instructed the jury.
The police didn't see any second car there, and no car was reported missing, stolen. So he didn't leave in a car, and no one stole one from him. The defendant didn't even put on his shoes to go get help. He didn't respond to the banging doors. He didn't respond to the front door, the back door, the doorbell ringing again and again. He didn't respond to acorns being thrown at the window. Brandon, are you all right? Garcia, are you okay? Brandon, Luis. Again and again and again, and the defendant does nothing. That's not speculation. That's evidence. That's of his actions. That's evidence of why he never responded to those calls, to the bangs, to the knocks, to the rings, to the acorns. It was because he intended for Luis to get shot with his gun. And he did it knowing the natural consequences of shooting anyone or anything in the back of the head. That Luis would die. That's evidence that this devout man, prayerful man, did nothing to help Luis. His bullets loaded into that gun, loaded into the chamber by pulling the slide inside his house, shooting Luis in the head. And not only is there no physical evidence to suggest that there isn't another person present, but why he didn't answer his phone is simple. He didn't want to get help for Luis. His failure to answer the phone was voluntary. He did what he wanted. He did nothing. Just like he fired because he wanted. He shot because he knew what would happen. For the defense to now come in here and cast aspersions and ask you to speculate that he was so devout, all he could do was drop on his knees when he found Luis. 5 hours. 5+ hours. When police are finally called, when Fran and Danielle discover the horrible truth. And while some mystery killer is out there, had put down the gun and walked away, to believe that is not reasonable. That is desperation for an explanation to a senseless act. Common sense tells you that the devout man who has a stranger enter his home and has murdered a minister who is trying to help him helps Luis. First aid, 911, run for help, stop the bleeding, something, anything. And the defendant did nothing. He did nothing because there was no other person there. There was no mystery man. There was the defendant, his 9mm bullet, his 9mm casing, his 9mm gun with his fingerprints and no one else's. His bullet doing exactly what he knew it was going to do. Now, the defense wants you to speculate about a couple other things too. Wants you to speculate about the swabs from the gun's grip or on the trigger, that it would have shown that the defendant was not the shooter. That touch DNA could have been left there by the mystery killer after he got the defendant's gun from the defendant's cabinet or from 2 zipped up bags down the hall, which he then would have zipped up on his way back out but left the gun there. Or that the GSR residue would not have been found on the defendant's hands or the clothing. He wants you to speculate that there could have been some information on the defendant's phone that showed that somebody else could have been coming over to the house to meet with the defendant. We heard that in opening. And then it was to meet with Luis. We heard that in closings. And that's the person, or those are the persons, who could have shot Luis. And at last, if the government had just tested those swabs, checked the swabs from the hand, grabbed that phone, those tests would have revealed that the defendant did not do this. All of that is speculation, designed to make you look anywhere else but at this man. The evidence in the real world, even on each of those things, points at this defendant. So let's talk about the gun swabs first. Let's break this down. Investigators knew that the defendant had definitely touched his gun. Fingerprints came back. Fingerprints testing showing the defendant's prints on the gun. And I'm not going to take my time going through it, but you recall some of those images that we looked at with specifically criminal hysteria. Bias on all of those dots, all of those color lines, 3 different levels of confirmation to be able to find out that that is in fact his fingerprint. Bias there. The fingerprint showed the defendant tested the prints, or defendant's prints were on the gun, and not just anywhere on the gun, but at the top of the slide, and here, right near that clock symbol. Prints left by the skin and the residue and the oils that are on everybody's hands. Hands which are made of what? Blood, bone, and skin. Hence, hands filled with DNA. The defendant kept this case in his lock cabinet in his bedside table in his bedroom next to his bed. And we know from Mark Castiglione that a few days or a week before he went shooting with Luis at a gun range. And then, of course, the gun is found by the police in the defendant's house on top of those white cabinets that are there at the end of the hall, feet away from the bullet casing that we know the gun fired. Outside the bedroom, laying on that shelving unit. Now think about it. We know Officer Verrier touched the gun to make it safe initially. We know that. And even in that brief interaction, Officer Verrier's fingerprints were never identified on this gun. The theory that DNA testing on the pistol grip is changing does not ring true, because it's a flawed theory. Because there's no evidence presented that suggests that a stranger was in the house and did this. A house that's filled with, that the gun sits in, the defendant's own DNA. So to think that DNA swabs would show that a mystery killer, instead of the defendant's own DNA, it's not reasonable. The GSR swabs. Let's talk about those two for a minute. To think that the results of the GSR swabs would upend everything is also similarly unreasonable. Because the defendant's theory is that the police should have tested it, and if they did, they would have seen that there was no GSR on the defendant's hands or on his clothing, and he could not have been the one to fire the gun. That's what we heard as an argument a moment ago. What do we hear for testimony, though? What was the evidence? That when GSR comes out from behind the bullet, it opens up in a cloud. And as you heard from criminal Terrio, can expand out to approximately up to 6 feet. This is a small bedroom. The defendant is found laying on the floor of the room. Luis was shot. Collapsed. Roughly here, below that little white circle around the bottom. You heard that testimony from Francis Pastana. You heard that testimony from Danielle Potovano. You heard that testimony from the two Londonderry officers who went in initially. So he's laying on the floor with the casing that held the gunpowder right next to him. Luis's body, 3 feet away. The bullet coming to arrest, 2 feet away. The barrel of the gun that fired that bullet, 6.5 feet away. When Danielle saw him on the ground, he would have been laying in that GSR right there on the ground. To speculate that testing from the swabs, both from his hands and clothing, 12 hours later at the police department, would have shown that he had no GSR on him after he was found lying down in the spot where the gunshot was fired, that defies real-world logic of where GSR fell. To think that the results of that test would somehow show that he conclusively was not the shooter, that's not reasonable. Finally, let's talk about the defendant's phone. In what must be the first time that somebody said, "You should have seized my phone from me." And my phone that I own, that would have shown that somebody else did this. You heard from Sergeant McCauley and Lieutenant O'Leary that in this state, police cannot just seize whatever they want, whenever they want. They need probable cause to apply for a search warrant, right? That they have to have probable cause that evidence would be seized in or on the item that's taken. It's written that way in our Constitution. They have to follow the authorization that they were given when they were executing the search warrants they had. And you saw evidence of that. When we looked at the details of Luis Garcia's phone, it was only because Patricia Garcia had given permission for that to be analyzed, a consent to that search. There's no evidence that somebody else was involved in the crime. So there's no evidence for police to be able to seize or search the defendant's phone. And these arguments just a moment ago, the defendant, where he was that day. What, he left the house in his socks that day? He just went where? Nowhere. That there was somebody else who went in and could have gotten that gun not out of the locked cabinet, but out of the bag in the hallway. The bag that was sealed up when police got there. So the defendant came in, I'm sorry, not the defendant, the mystery man comes in, opens his bag, opens the second bag within the bag, and could have taken the gun out of this bag, even though that was not the testimony about where Brandon kept that gun. And the casings, well, should have looked at these casings too. They could have been consistent. JGO2, specifically State's Exhibit 112. The 9mm bullet, casing that fired the bullet that killed Luis Garcia. And the defendant's exhibit of the casings in the bag. Notice everything different about the end? It's not even the same type of casing. Your eyes can show you that. One that has the additional space around the outside. One that doesn't have a primer ending that looks like this. He's only in the same type of casing. You don't need to be an expert to see that. So, we've discussed the defendant's theories. We discussed what the defendant did to Luis when he shot and he killed him. Now, let's look at what all of that means under the law. Judge Ruoff will explain the law to you, what it means to commit second-degree murder, both knowingly and recklessly, and lesser-included crimes. If you consider those two, decide that he is not guilty, and then move on. In deliberations, you should consider the following, though, when you're discussing the charge of second-degree murder. You've got to decide whether the defendant caused Luis's death, in that the defendant who pulled the trigger on that gun, and we know the person who pulled the trigger on that gun is the one responsible for Luis's death. That gun that belonged to the defendant, his ammunition, his locked bedside table, his fingerprints. And for the variation of second-degree murder with a knowing intent, you also have to consider whether the defendant acted with a knowing intent to cause Luis's death, in that he fired aware that his conduct would cause Luis's death. That intent. When you've heard how Luis was shot, back of the head, through the center, the end of the barrel mere inches away from his head, and he fell and dropped on the spot. And when you heard about how the defendant was found on the ground, mumbling by his sister and his poor grandmother, having to find the key to get inside the locked house, you should consider all of that when deciding whether the defendant knew that he would cause Luis's death by shooting him that day. Similarly, you should consider, when you consider whether he pulled the trigger, that he acted with extreme indifference to the value of human life. He had gone shooting with Mark before. He had been with Luis before, you heard, in just a couple of weeks or days before the crime. He clearly knew how to use the gun. He had owned it for a while. He knew its deadly potential. So he knew that when he aimed and pulled the trigger at Luis, what was going to happen. And when you consider intent, remember what we learned about the gun itself. This gun is not susceptible to jar off, so this is not an accident. The gun slide pulls to load a bullet into the chamber. Slide that we have, of course, with the defendant's left thumbprint right on it. Defense a few minutes ago talked about that Brandon had 15 rounds, one here, 14 in the magazine, one there, that's 15, that's all the magazine holds, 15. Gun can't hold more than 15, that's it, 15. You heard Sergeant McCauley testify, didn't you? Sergeant, how do you carry it? My magazine holds 10. How do you carry it? I carry it with 11. How? He tops off. He puts one in, loads it in the chamber, and then puts another one in the magazine and reloads it. That's how Sergeant McCauley carries his gun. That's how a police officer has testified how he carries a firearm. That's how the defendant carried a firearm too. He's got 14 left in the magazine, one in the chamber, and the plus one, that's the one in the back of Lewis's head. That went through the back of Lewis's head. And the trigger itself, how you know it's not an accident. When you think about whether he had the intent to kill, it's a two-part trigger mechanism. It's not an accident to fire this gun. You'll be able to examine this in there. You have to want it. You have to get your finger all the way in there to pull it. This is not just a whoops. This is not just a slip. This is not just, oh, I want to show you something. We went shooting together a couple weeks ago or a couple days ago, and you've seen me do this plenty of times. This is no mistake. When you consider intent, and remember also what we learned about where Luis was shot, back of the head, through the neck, that morning he didn't see this coming. He couldn't use his hands to defend himself. He was facing a wall with his back to the killer. When you consider intent, remember what we learned about what the defendant did again after Luis was shot. Nothing. His actions also reflect his intent, that he knew what would happen and that he caused Luis's death. He didn't call, he didn't go to get help. And lastly, remember what we know about this defendant when you think about intent. A man who knew firearms and knew how to keep them safe. His familiarity with that weapon was unquestioned. He even held on to his firearm safety material in the instruction booklet. There's no simple recklessness here. There's no negligence here with a firearm. He knew what his bullet could do, and he knew what his bullet would do. And when you consider the intent, remember one more thing. The bullet. This bullet, Exhibit 73A. The bullet that went through Luis's body and struck this wall and collapsed down onto the ground, which caused Luis to collapse down onto the ground. When you have to consider what the defendant's intent was, I want you to consider this bullet. A hollow point bullet, which you heard from Jill Terrio, is designed to open up on impact, and they have little petals that look like almost like a flower. This bullet that made Luis instantly drop. His spinal cord sending signals to that spot in his neck, pulpified, obliterated, gone. He cannot breathe. And he bled for as long as his heart could keep going before the oxygen deprivation stopped it altogether. You heard from Dr. Duvall. He may have been unconscious. One would hope that he was. Because the alternative is horrific. That this man, who had asthma so bad that he couldn't work in a packaging plant anymore, had to leave that refrigerated environment, may have died conscious, aware, and unable to breathe. And the defendant did nothing to help him. The blood stayed where it fell. Exhibit 109. It's not tracked all over the floor. It's not all over the defendant. You won't see any of Luis's blood on him in his booking photos, not on his jeans, not on his arms or his shirt, and not on his clean white socks. And he was so wrapped up in prayer for Luis that he didn't hear anyone call, pound on the doors, ring the bell, throw acorn or anything. He didn't take one step near Luis. Think about that when you look at that bullet and when you decide whether or not this defendant had the intent to shoot Luis in the head and knew that it was going to result in his death. Also, we told you at the beginning that you bring your common sense here with you into the courthouse. You don't lose that. You don't abandon that. Jill Terrio testified that an all-copper bullet was unusual. In her nearly, 20 years of firearm examination, she was unfamiliar with it. And she had to look it up. The casing and the bullet, after it had been delivered to her, she had to look that up. Fiocchi, all copper, 90 millimeter, from the defendant's box, typically a very light 92 grain bullet, give or take a few tenths of the gram is what we heard, from the manufacturer. A unique round that the criminalist, who had, again, almost 20 years of experience, after working in places like Miami, New Haven, Connecticut, had to go ahead and look this up. And the spent bullet weighed what? 84 grams. 84 grams. It appeared to be missing 2 petals. 2 petals of this hollow point jacket that pushed open when it hit, mushrooming open, causing even more damage inside. And the 2 petals left behind by this bullet's jacket when it went through its target, you see those 2 petals are Luis's neck. The whole back and forth over whether this bullet could have been fired by some other six-line polygonal right-hand twist. The bullet that killed Luis was fired by the defendant's gun. That's a fact. So even if he wants to say it's from some other person or some other gun, the casing is from his gun. The bullet is from that box of ammunition. There's no other bullet in the room. Not in Luis, not anywhere. None. Just the one. Think about that when you think about intent. That bullet from that casing, from that gun. That's an investigation that follows evidence. Evidence that this man knew what was going to happen when he put that gun and aimed it at the back of Luis's head. He fired his bullet and he hit his intended target. All the speculation on coulds, mays, you've now seen that it is just that, pure speculation. It's not reasonable. It's not based upon the evidence. If we're going to quote Ben Franklin, let's do it right. Facts are stubborn things. And the facts have been shown in this case. That this man here and these hands that never got a chance to paint that day, hands that never got a chance to defend himself, hands that never got a chance to pray with someone one last time, the hands that worked, that cooked, that prayed, that loved, that counseled, that gave service to others, that tried to counsel, tried to help this defendant. And then this man, who took out that gun with his ammunition, pulled back that slide, aimed it back of Luis's head and pulled the trigger. Because there were only two men inside that locked house, and only one man knew what was coming. This is not jumping to conclusions. It's called following the evidence to where it leads. And all of the evidence leads to one clear and logical conclusion beyond all reasonable doubt. The defendant's bullet, the defendant's casing, the defendant's gun with the defendant's fingerprints firing a bullet into the back of Luis's head inside the defendant's house. What the defendant did was murder. Plain and simple. He committed a murder. He got his gun from the locked cabinet, loaded it with his hands, aimed it at the back of Luis's hand from as few as a couple inches to as much as 12 inches away, and he executed him. He executed Luis. No one is jumping to any conclusions. The evidence, physical and testimonial, from his family, from his neighbor, from lay persons, experts, all demonstrated a clear path to the only logical conclusion beyond all reasonable doubt, that the defendant murdered Luis Garcia. That makes him a killer. The defendant may have been found with his hands together, praying, when his mother and his grandmother were finally able to get into that house, hours later, when everything went radio silent. Hours after, and even while those phone calls from Pat G were still coming in and nobody was picking up. But his hands, those murderous hands, now we know, God knows, he was not praying for Luis. Return the only verdict that is consistent with justice in this case. Find that man guilty of second-degree murder. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, now that the trial in this matter is concluded, I will give you further instructions that apply to this case. At the beginning of the case, I gave you instructions about a number of issues that typically come up during the course of the trial. Remember, all the instructions I have given you throughout the case should be considered as a whole, so do not single out any particular instruction for special emphasis. As I told you at the outset, you'll have a complete written copy of my instructions with you in the jury deliberation room. You have heard the opinion testimony of expert witnesses in this case. An expert is someone who has acquired some specialized knowledge, such as scientific or technical knowledge, from experience, training, or education that qualifies the expert to give an opinion as to matters that are not common knowledge. The opinion of the expert may assist you in understanding the evidence or in deciding a factual issue. You are not bound by the opinion of an expert. You are free to ignore the expert's opinion if you find that the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or if you find that other evidence outweighs the opinion. Now, I'm going to discuss the definition of the crime upon which you must now deliberate. Both indictments in this case are alternative indictments. Alternative indictments allege different legal descriptions of the same crime. Charge ID number 1805389C alleges the defendant committed the crime of second-degree murder in that he did knowingly cause the death of Luis Garcia by shooting Mr. Garcia through the neck with a firearm, resulting in his death. In order to convict the defendant of this crime, the state must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, that the defendant caused the death of another. 2, that he acted knowingly when he did so. Part of the definition of this crime is that the defendant acted knowingly. Under the law, a person acts knowingly with respect to conduct or to a circumstance that is a material element of an offense when he is aware that his conduct is of such a nature or that such circumstances exist. In the context of this indictment, the state has to prove that the defendant was aware that his conduct would cause the death of Luis Garcia. The state does not have to prove that the defendant specifically intended to cause the death. Charge ID number 74110C alleges that the defendant committed the crime of second-degree murder in that he did recklessly cause the death of Luis Garcia under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life by shooting Mr. Garcia in the neck with a firearm, resulting in his death. In order to convict the defendant of this crime, the state must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. That the defendant caused the death of another, and that the defendant acted recklessly under circumstances that manifested an extreme indifference to the value of human life when he did so. The term recklessly has a specific legal definition in criminal law. A person acts recklessly with respect to a material element of an offense when he is aware of and consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the material element exists or will result from his conduct. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that, considering the circumstances known to him, its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the conduct of a law-abiding person that would observe in the same situation. The key words here are gross deviation. If you find that the defendant's actions were unreasonable or thoughtless, that is not enough. To find that the defendant acted recklessly, you must find that his disregard of the risk was a substantial departure from what a law-abiding person would have done under the same circumstances. However, with respect to the crime of second-degree murder, the defendant must not simply act recklessly, but rather must act recklessly under circumstances showing an extreme indifference to the value of human life. This means something more than mere being aware of and consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk of death. The risk involved and the disregard must be so blatant as to manifest extreme indifference to the value of human life. As noted earlier, these are alternative indictments. You are required to deliberate on each charge separately and independently. Your verdict on one charge should not influence your deliberation and verdict on the other charge. If you find that the defendant is not guilty of the crime of second-degree murder in both alternative indictments, then you should go on to consider and decide whether he is guilty of a similar but less serious crime. But you only do so if you find him not guilty on both alternative indictments. If you find him guilty on one or both second-degree murder indictments, you do not deliberate on the lesser offense. A similar but less serious crime is different from a more serious crime in one of two ways. Either it requires a less serious physical act or it requires a less serious mental intent. Here, if you decide that the defendant is not guilty of second-degree murder, then you should consider whether whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty of the similar but less serious crime of manslaughter. In order to convict the defendant of manslaughter, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of another person and that he did so recklessly. As used in this lesser included offense, recklessly has the same definition as described above, but without the requirement to prove circumstances that manifested extreme indifference to the value of human life. If you find the defendant not guilty on the lesser charge of manslaughter, then you must decide whether the defendant is guilty of the lesser offense of negligent homicide. In order to convict the defendant of negligent homicide, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, that the defendant caused the death of another person, and 2, that he did so negligently. The term negligently has a specific legal definition in criminal law. A person acts negligently when he fails to become aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his conduct would cause a particular result. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that his failure to become aware of it constitutes a gross deviation from the conduct that a reasonable person would observe in the situation. Now, some of you may be familiar with negligence in civil cases where one person sues another for allegedly causing harm. The standard for negligence in such cases is lower than the standards for negligence in criminal cases, and the two standards should not be confused. Negligence in a civil case is simply the failure to exercise the degree of care that a reasonable person would exercise under the same circumstances. In a criminal case like this one, proof of negligence requires evidence that the risk was more than an ordinary risk. It requires proof that the risk was substantial and unjustifiable, and that the defendant's failure to become aware of the risk was a gross deviation from how a reasonable person would have acted in the same situation. Keep in mind that there is often no direct evidence of intent, because there is no way of examining the operation of a person's mind. You should consider all the facts and circumstances and evidence in determining whether or not the state has proved that the defendant acted knowingly, recklessly, or negligently in this case. Now, the principles of law that I've given you are intended to guide you in reaching a fair result in this case, which is important to both the parties in the courtroom and to the court. You are to exercise your judgment and your common sense, as I said before, without passion, without prejudice, without sympathy, but with honesty, understanding, and due deliberation. The law demands that you make a fair decision based solely on the evidence, your individual evaluations of that evidence, and your reason and common sense and these instructions. When you have considered and weighed all of the evidence, you must make one of the following findings with respect to each charge that is before you. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proved any one or more of the elements of the offense charged, you must find the defendant not guilty. However, if you find that the state has proved all the elements of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find the defendant guilty. Keep in mind, you are required to deliberate on each charge separately. Now that all the evidence is in and the arguments are completed, you will be free to talk about the case in the jury room. In fact, it is your duty to talk with each other about the evidence and to make every reasonable effort you can to reach a unanimous agreement. Talk with each other, listen carefully and respectfully to each other's views, and keep an open mind as you listen to what your fellow jurors have to say. Should any member of the jury panel leave the deliberation room for any purpose, use the bathroom or take a break, you should stop your deliberations. You should only deliberate when all deliberating jurors are present to hear and participate in the discussion. Your verdict must be unanimous. All 12 jurors must agree on your verdict. When you have arrived at your verdict, let the bailiff know, and you will be returned to the courtroom where the foreperson will render that verdict orally in response to questions that the clerk of court will ask you. To assist you in that process, you will have a verdict form to fill out. The foreperson, who you will select as your first order of business, should see to it that the jury takes up the issues that are before you. The foreperson should see to it that each juror has a full, fair, and an adequate opportunity to present his or her views, positions, and arguments with respect to the law and the evidence. If any questions should arise during your deliberations, the foreperson should write the questions out, hand them to the bailiff, and they will be brought to me. I will respond accordingly to those questions. I want to thank you for your attention. I'm now going to select the alternate jurors. I have to pick two because only 12 jurors can actually deliberate at one time. I want to thank the alternate for their service. In a moment when we recess, I'd like to see both alternates at the bench. With respect to the jury verdict form, this will be what the jury foreperson will have to fill out, and itself, it kind of explains itself as I gave you in the instructions. You only proceed to the lesser included offenses if the jury unanimously finds the defendant not guilty on the second-degree murder alternative indictments. But the form explains how to proceed in filling out the form. Counsel, anything before I pick the alternates?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
He's got a little bag of tricks he's going to draw some names out of.
I have a 20-sided die here that I use to
play D&D.
To pick the alternates from. It's from my son's Dungeons and Dragons set.
Nailed it. D&D.
So alternate number 1. Juror number 4. Messinos.
Going to out the name.
Alternate number 2. Juror number 7.
Okay.
I'm going to have the two of you approach. It's going to take a few seconds for the monitor to get the exhibits together with you. Our policy is that we do not allow guns and ammunition in the jury deliberation room at the same time.
For obvious
so I'll
reasons.
confer with counsel about which one to send in the deliberation room. And but I'm going to have the jurors please approach. Alternates, come on up. Other than that, as soon as you select your foreperson, let the bailiff know so that I can inform counsel. Counsel, anything before the jury retires?
No, I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, so that means that we are officially in verdict watch as they leave the courtroom. This was a weird one. Let's see. Matthew Harris says, respectfully, to any who disagree, we've been spoiled from Murdaugh and Stokes trials by sheer volume of evidence presented there. It doesn't always take much to get beyond a reasonable doubt. We're going to close the poll out for the jury verdict, what we think is going to happen. Looks like we got about almost 650 votes. We have a hung jury, 36%, not guilty, 35%, and guilty of 27%.
Bring the jurors back out here in order that they start deliberating from scratch. And so you are going to get lunch, I think. And so Dean's going to take you over to your room, but thank you very much. Okay, thank you. And you'll be brought back into the room. If there is a verdict, we'll be brought back in at that point. Thank you. Okay, please be seated.
They're going to bring the jury back out.
Counselor, can you just please review the exhibits, make sure everything that's a full is a full, and just double check before they bring back. I picked up some typos in my instructions as I was going through them, and I'm going to clean them up and give the jury the instructions in the sheet. Okay? Anything further before we adjourn?
Your Honor, just want to note we will certainly go through the exhibits with the monitor. However, I just want to note for the record, I don't believe that we have any ammunition, with the exception of the spent casing and the spent bullet. I don't believe that we have any in evidence.
Okay.
We don't send it in anyway.
We do.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, I did last time. It's evidence. It's part of the case. So, and I don't want to be part of the deliberative process if they're looking at the gun and manipulating the gun. So that's the order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think what he was talking about was to the two alternates, saying if there's a problem and we have to replace one of them, we'll bring the jury out. We'll replace them, you'll join it, and then they'll be ordered to start deliberations from scratch. So I think that's what they're talking about. All right, so we're going to switch to this view right here while we wait for for a verdict, which we're now on verdict watch. Yay! That's a great way to kick off the week. Is start with the verdict watch. This is a little bit crazy. The family is sitting behind Brandon today. We saw that. I didn't check. I think we had Lee on the our in-room reporters for our fellow addicts that are in court. Lee and Shells are sitting on I believe the prosecution side. So I didn't see them. It might have been in that last shot, just briefly, but I didn't see a good shot of them. It is a small courtroom. His family's sitting on his side now. What's my vote? Here's what I think. I believe he did it. Like, in my heart of hearts, I believe he did it. But I'm as a member of the jury, I would not be expected to vote based on my heart and just what I personally believe. If the state has not proven that, I think I would need to base it on the evidence. And I think the evidence that's been presented has not proven that he did it. In other cases, I've been able to get on board and say the circumstantial evidence is enough. But I just didn't see... I didn't see enough to get me over that hump on this one. So this one, I'd vote not guilty. Grit Grinder, not sure what case is next on the docket. We've got a couple coming up. We've got some amazing ones that we want to keep our eye on. Some out of Utah that are still just in the arrest phase. That grief book author that may have poisoned her husband, after several attempts, finally managed to get the poison to work. If that rushes to court, that would be fantastic if we're able to watch that one. Let's see. Trial length is a little more common. This trial length isn't a little more common. Many are over and done within a week. It's big, long trials that get a lot of attention. This is confusing to me. Yes, first of all, this morning started off, we were expecting a decision from the defendant on whether or not he was going to fire his attorneys and represent himself. We were also expecting a decision of whether he was going to testify on his own behalf in court. Apparently, both of those questions were answered in the open hearing that became a closed hearing halfway through. I don't know what convinced the judge. I don't know if the judge went and we heard the judge had requested on his own. He requested the jail phone calls from the jail so he could listen to that himself, but he was not releasing the evidence. He actually said they were sealed, which I'm surprised on. I think they could be requested as evidence. I'm not sure North Carolina or New Hampshire has different laws that way. But wow, yeah, crazy. Corrine, yes, Corrine Richens. That's going to be a crazy one. She's the poison lady, right? The grief counselor. Am I thinking the right name? I was reading that Corine's name briefly. Corey. I'm going to call her Corine. She's the one that allegedly killed her husband and then wrote a book about it. About what happens dealing with grief for children. Let's see. YSL case is supposed to go 9 months. Those hearings have already been nutso. That's a long one. What year was this crime committed? I believe it was 3 years ago. And he's been in jail all this time without bail. Sugar and Spice, welcome. Good to have you as a supporter, as a subscriber on the channel. Thank you very much. When does grief book author's trial start and what state? Anyone? It's in Utah, KT. We just had the Gwyneth Paltrow case, the civil case in Utah. That's the first one we followed out of there. This would be the first criminal trial if we're able to follow that one. I believe it's also out of the same county. I think it's out of Summit County in Utah, which is, I believe, where Park City is located, where we had Gwyneth Paltrow. It's a big ski area. It's a rich area, one of the richest areas in the state. And that may be one. If it's going to be a long case, might have to travel out there. What do you think? That's the one that poisoned her husband and then wrote a book about it. Yes, and she's been on all over TV talking about it as well, on like good news morning shows and things like that. It's funny. Golden Girl says there's a new trial. Jury selection begins today out of Georgia. Georgia versus Richard Merritt. Tell me more. Tell me more about this one. Someone's calling in on the burner phone. Let's see who's on.
Call from
Lee. Hey. Lee, this is Recovery Addict. How was court this morning?
It was good. So first off, we got kicked out before it even got started because it was supposed to be a closed hearing. But then I went out to the waiting area and saw that you were still getting video, which I found out.
They didn't tell us it was supposed to be a closed hearing, so we were still broadcasting it until the judge told them to turn it off because they had not played the closed hearing part.
Yeah, and then they had I think the bailiff or some other court official came out and was talking to the video guy and said, make sure you don't re-air that.
Yeah. So once my stream's over, I will be going back and cutting that part out to comply with that, but I can't do that while we're still live. So out of lunch break, I'll go back and pull that. I like to honor the judge's request there, even if they make the mistake.
Sure.
But
the other thing, we're trying to observe the jury.
Mm-hmm.
So the jury, well, before he weeded it down, it was 14, 10 women. After he weeded it down, he as you saw, he got rid of one woman and one man. So it's 9 women, 3 men.
Okay.
We were watching the reactions during the closings. They all looked very intent, very much paying attention. Although I have to say, Shells and I both observed that during the prosecution closing, at one point, 4 of the women in the front row all had their arms crossed, looking kind of, I don't know if...
During the prosecution?
Some measure of doubt during the prosecution closing. So it seems, I'm not a body language expert, but it seemed kind of a very closed kind of thing. Yeah. And at one point, one of them was really twirling their hair, which I don't know what that means, but
I would. We need Dr. G in the courtroom to analyze this.
Exactly.
That is interesting. So tell me a little bit about the seating in the courtroom. We've seen the family on the prosecution side through most of the court, and now it appears that many are over on the defense side. Was there a shift? Is there still people behind the prosecution?
Yeah, so we sat on the defense side. We just because there were a lot of family, we wanted to give them their space. But yes, right when it started, the grandmother and sister came over to the defense side. I don't know who the other 2 fellows were. They might also be family, but they moved from the defense side. From the prosecution side to the defense side. So I don't know what that means.
Interesting. This is definitely an interesting case. New Hampshire does things a little bit differently. We saw in this case, this is the first trial we've covered where defense leads in the closing, and there's no rebuttal. Normally, you have the prosecution go first, then the defense, and then prosecution gets a rebuttal closing at the end. Didn't see that. The only 2 objections made during
that surprised us.
Yeah, it's a surprise. I love the little differences state by state of how things are handled that way. Obviously, the other one that really stuck out to me was early on in the trial where the actual oath when you swear in a witness is different, where they talk about under the pains and penalties of perjury, which I like the alliteration of, but it's a little different than the "so help me God" that everyone else uses, or that many other states use. Fascinating stuff. The defendant's body language and behavior in court has been pretty much consistent this whole time, and we've seen that, barring what we heard during the closed hearing, which I guess we're not supposed to talk about. I don't know. How are we supposed to unring a bell? Where he apparently had indicated to his lawyers that one of his lawyers may have been maybe possessed or under the influence of the adversary, meaning the devil. That was surprising, and that may change things. But the jury hasn't heard this; they don't know that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched him during the. I didn't really see any reaction out of him. Like you said, he seems to be pretty steady through the whole trial.
Yeah. So Lee, is this nearby home for you, or is this a little bit of a trip? What prompted you to make the trip?
About an hour away, and we're like, oh, it's only an hour away, and we're up in New Hampshire frequently, so we decided why not?
Will you be making another trip now that you've been to one? Is this going to be a guilty pleasure? Or is this...
Who knows? Maybe it could be.
Yeah, this is interesting. I don't know what reporters are there as far as in the courtroom watching. Did you see anyone, blatant presence of reporters?
Yeah, there was one woman who I think was a photographer, and I heard her get instructions from some court official about, don't take pictures of the jury, obviously. There was someone in the row behind us typing on a laptop that must have been a reporter.
Okay.
So yeah, I think there was at least, a few.
Are you done for the day? Or are you planning on sticking around to see if there's an early verdict? What are your plans as it goes forward?
I'm guessing we're going to stick around a while and see if something happens, but I don't know. Haven't figured that out yet.
All right. Well, if you do stick around, obviously don't stick around just on our account. But if you do, and you do hear news about a verdict coming in, we'd love a heads up on that because we don't know how this court is going to announce that. It may just be the stream goes live again, and suddenly we're here. So I'm going to be on my toes watching this. But yeah, we're about just under 15 minutes of deliberation time on the verdict on the jury so far. They're probably going to want lunch. And so it's probably going to be after lunch before this is all said and done. But
yeah, I'm sure.
Lee, appreciate it. You and Shells both. Thank you very much for being there and watching. Appreciate you.
Okay.
We'll see you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. That's awesome. Lee's local up there, about an hour away from court. I'm not sure if he's in state New Hampshire or just surrounding. A Richard Merritt case in Georgia is about trial. Begins next week for disbarred Cobb County attorney accused of killing mother. I was looking at this right here. Georgia versus Richard Merritt. Disgraced attorney. This like just screams Murdaugh again. Disgraced attorney accused of beating and stabbing to death. Oh my goodness. His 77-year-old mother. Ooh, that's a rough one. Ooh. Charges include malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 2 counts of aggravated assault, possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. Wow. So this was the day he was supposed to report to prison for for theft and other related charges. And he killed her, cuts his ankle monitor off, and leaves in her Lexus. Wow. Wow. That's a big one. Took him 8 months to catch him. U.S. Marshals picked this guy up. He's 49 years old. He's embezzled money from clients. That's what I'm saying. Sounds like Murdaugh. Not nearly. The number is much smaller. The comma is, there's not as many commas in the number he embezzled or is accused of embezzling. He settled malpractice suits and pocketed the settled settlement money for himself without notifying his clients. This is literally straight out of Murdaugh's playbook. Surrendered his law license. Wow. Whoa, that's a crazy one, Nan. That is crazy. Maybe we'll keep an eye on that one. It's going to be rough as far as the facts of the murder go. I mean, it's a violent murder of a loved one. Clearly, he is innocent, says Jim Bob. We have to cover that one, says Ashley. Oh man, it's Murdaugh all over again. I like that he's a defendant. I mean, there's not a lot new in this case as far as let's see. He was a defendant who was. I'm trying to draw out the things that would be new in this trial. First of all, we have a crime committed by a convicted offender who was let out in order to get his affairs in order. Okay, so he's literally, at the time his crime is committed, he is wearing an ankle monitor. I think that would be fascinating to see the ankle monitor testimony as far as location, and then it being cut as he makes a run for it. So that's interesting. The other facts of the case sound like it screams of Murdaugh. It screams of Murdaugh with a lawyer, even the same malpractice lawyer, or a personal injury lawyer that is taking settlement money without the victims knowing about it. That's the same. We have a family. Let's see, it's another. Have we already done one from Georgia? This is DeKalb County. I think we have. Let's see, we might have to. That's jury selection begins today. I might have to do some homework on this. Let's see. Sugar and Spice says, what does being a member get you? So happy I found you. Bell is on. Sugar and Spice, being a member gets you my undying appreciation. It turns your name green in chat, and it also puts a courthouse next to your name to indicate how long you've been a supporter of the channel. It opens up the world, the plethora, the abundance of custom emojis on the channel that are always trial specific and appropriate for expressing opinions in picture format. That is also an opportunity. I think one other benefit is you get to take a seat in court. We have reserved seating for members on the front row. So although it is a virtual seat, you can type !seat and get moved right up to the front row, and you get to sit with your friends as you watch trial. So that's what it gets you. Other than that, I will tell you that if for some reason you are not in a spot where you desire to or can afford to support me financially, please don't do so. You being here is enough. It really is. There's this channel. We answer questions from everybody. You do not have to pay. You don't have to give a super chat. You don't have to do anything to get your question answered. Sometimes you have to put my name in there so I can see
bang,
it.
Bang.
But you being here is enough.
To send
That's
a voicemail, press.
Kitty Bang Bang, welcome to Verdict Watch. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing great. Happy week after Mother's Day. Is that a thing?
Same to you. Same to Mrs. R.A. too.
Yep.
What a lucky lady she is. I love a man that calls his wife Mrs.
She is amazing. She really is. I love her. I'll tell a story after your phone call about what I got her, but you guys might find it funny.
Okay.
But what's on your mind?
That.
Yeah.
Do you have time for a quick little story?
Sure. We're in Verdict Watch.
Yeah, I know. If something comes up, just I'll say goodbye. But when I was in high school, and this was in the 70s, in my civics class. Mm-hmm. We took a little road trip to the county seat courthouse to watch a trial. And this is in rural Pennsylvania. And the case was about these young men that stole some cows from a farmer. And the farmer's name was Mr. Brown. And the lawyers every time they would say, now, is that Mr. Brown's brown cow or Mr. Brown's black and white cow? Like every time they said Mr. Brown's brown cow, like all of us students could not control our laughter. We were giggling so bad, and it ended up being the last time that teacher ever took a class to the courthouse because we were so disruptive. We giggled.
It's like Mr. Brown's brown cow was key evidence. Did they bring a cow into the? I mean, did they lead it in?
No, but they had photos. No, okay. But they had photos of the brown cows.
I'd like to see the evidence in person. Maybe a jury field trip out to the field, just to really get into.
Well, all you had to do is look out. We would literally look out our windows from our school, and there would be a farmer's cows loose, walking across the baseball diamond or the soccer field. Like there's cows all over the place down there. Yeah. But they're also in the courthouse, the old beautiful building, wooden floors, and the floors slightly declined. And somebody had a bag of peanut M&Ms as well. Oh. And they dropped them, and they all rolled downhill on the wooden floor.
It sounds like marbles. And then at the bottom they're just pegging people. That is awesome. That is
Yep.
That is a great memory.
Yep. We were it was in the 70s, and we were all silly high schoolers. But anyway, I'll let you go. I love to listen to you. You're just so fair with everything and so respectful. And it just, the people that follow you, it's so clear.
I'll agree with you on that point. The other two I try on, but I do make my share of mistakes. But the people here in this channel are just absolutely amazing. This is a great community.
Yeah.
Kitty Kitty Bang Bang, thank you so much.
It is.
I appreciate your call.
Thank you so much.
Good talking to you.
Great. Have a great day.
You
Bye.
too. Bye. All right, let me tell you a brief little story. I like true crime, and here comes Mother's Day, and it's time to get my wife a present. And when I got her the present, she opened it and she looked at it, and her response was, "You got me a murder weapon?" because she makes these amazing dinners, absolutely amazing dinners, and a lot of them require chopping up all sorts of veggies and meats and things like that, and we just don't have a good chopping knife, and so I got a very, very nice, very sharp chopping knife that will make this much easier. And she'd expressed interest in getting one a long time ago, and she'd sort of been quiet about it, but I remembered, and I went out and got this a very nice knife, let's put it that way. And so she's like, "You got me a murder weapon." I'm like, "Well, hopefully not, now that you have it, because who would you use it on?" Anyway, I got her a murder weapon for Mother's Day, and she did say she liked it. We are in unofficial verdict watch. Yes, we are. Crazy. I know attorneys' statements aren't evidence, but the prosecutor's closing argument was enough for me to vote guilty. A lot of times just hearing them recount everything that went over sort of helps us a little bit. At the same time, to me, it sounded like he was jumping to conclusions and then accusing the defense of doing the same, of speculating. Where he was saying, "We know that he pulled the trigger." I'm like, "No, we don't. We don't know that. You're asking us to assume that he pulled the trigger. It's likely that he pulled the trigger." Let's see. I know how I'm going out now. Yep. And there will be a trial. Yes, a chopping knife versus a murder weapon. But it's all good. Okay. My husband got me a pizza cutter, and it's a murder weapon. I forget what the name is. It's like a Japanese name, and it's like a knife that has little divots, along the blade, and it's like you could slice through anything with it. It's super, super sharp. It's a good brand name. I think it was a little bit on the spendy side, and it's very well balanced, very well weighted. Just all the things I like about knives, it has that. My husband recently bought a revolver. I told him he'll get a revolver to hide the crime. Smile Jen loves you. Thank you very much for that. A great comment. So now Mrs. R.A. can peel mangoes. Yes, I rescue dogs. Appreciate the reference there about the peeling the mangoes. True crime equals buying your own murder weapon. Let's see. Will we be watching the Courtney Clenny trial? Also, YSL trials 5 months since jury selection. 5 months into jury selection. One defendant was severed. Now it's down to 10. Yeah, there's no way they're going to... That trial is just a mess. First of all. Oh, we've got a buffer noise. Sorry. Buffer noise says... Idea to watch now. CG, what's your idea? Let's see. That's it. Santoku. I don't know how to say it, but CC, that's the type of knife we got. What are your thoughts about how different he looks now versus when he was arrested? He was much skinnier when arrested. Maybe he was on drugs at the time. Drugs would be a possibility, Lilybug, but also maybe he was just like a typical teenager that ran around and was quite active, and now he's not quite as active in jail as he used to be. In mod chat, I will check mod chat. Thank you, CG, for that. We've got some. Oh, CG. Hold on one second.
Call from.
Maybe he was just like a... Hey, CG, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hey, I have an idea of what we could watch on, right now on Verdict Watch.
Okay, what's that?
Am I on air right now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're on air.
Oh, no. Okay, all right. The Lori Stout's trial, afterwards, they did East Idaho News did a news conference with the grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
and three really interesting things, a couple of them very hilarious. Three really hilarious things happened during that interview.
What with it being East Idaho News, I would get a copyright strike if I aired that. So you can tell me what happened, but if I aired it would ding
so
me.
you want me to just tell you the three things that happened?
Now you've got you piqued my curiosity, but I can't watch. So
it's so funny though. Okay, well, one happened off screen. The reporter is interviewing different people out there after the grandparents did the news conference, and in the background, it shows why I could never be a tech or a cameraman or anything, because this cameraman is trying to move across under this tent thing, and he just totally face plants. Oh. He tripped over something.
Carrying a camera and everything? Was he carrying gear?
I don't know. He was reaching for something on the ground, and no, he wasn't holding a camera, thank goodness. But he totally felt it. I mean, it was like a klutzy move that I could see me doing anytime.
Okay, so before you tell me the other two, let me tell you, I've been one of those cameramen, and the camera body it looks all fancy, but the money is in the lens on the front. So I've carried the camera I carried. The body itself was worth about $8,000, and the lens was $26,000. And if you fall and hit the lens, you might as well just crush it into pieces and throw it in the garbage, because it's broken the mounts. It will never be good again. And that could be so much money. So good thing he wasn't carrying the camera. That would be a very expensive fall.
Yeah, I think he was moving like wires and stuff, and he got caught up in them, and just went down totally, not just a little trip.
Poor person.
And the other thing was, these reporters had been there, every day, all day long, and this guy they were about done wrapping up, and this one reporter that everybody was taking selfies with, not the one that I was watching, but a different reporter that's he must be an anchor or something there, because he looked very popular. And anyway, he comes up and gives this other reporter that I'm watching, he just gives him a big old hug and this relief, and the guy says, we're on air right now. We're live right now. And this reporter keeps hugging him, and he says, we're live. And so he doesn't know what to do. He's caught. He's like, I don't want to say his name. I don't want to say what channel you work for or anything, but I just want to say, I really got to know you, and we sat next to each other and blah, blah, blah. Maybe someday we'll be on the same team. I just lost it.
We're live. We're on the air.
And the guy said, I don't care. I'm going to hug you anyway.
Oh, my goodness. That's awesome. It's nice to see when reporters can get along, because you have reporters that they are competing. They're competing for the news. They want to be first to the news. They want to break the news. So it's a bit of a race, and you're always running and trying to out-report your fellows. But when they get along with each other, when Channel 2, Channel 4, Channel 5, Channel 11, Channel 7, when all of them are work together, they can accomplish so much more, and it's great to see when they're united, and they do sort of swap a little bit. There's a little bit of you leave one channel, you go to the other, and so that's fun to see.
You're right. It was really nice to see that the competitor kind of stopped for just a second.
Yep.
And it was really nice. But in fact, the guy was so caught off guard. He's like, I don't know what to do in this situation, because we're supposed to be, I guess, frenemies or whatever you call it.
Frenemies. Friend and enemy mixed together.
Yeah, and then the other thing that happened was he was interviewing this lady who had been there every single day. In fact, she said she worked for a YouTube channel. That's why she was in there watching the trial every day. Mm-hmm. And she did a real good interview. But she brought up something that you could tell the reporter was uncomfortable with. And it was, she said, they were talking about the closing arguments. And she said, and then the storm happened. And I'm like, what is he talking? And she was kind of chuckling a little bit. And he said, oh yeah, I heard all the women gasp around me. And he said, I chuckled just like all the other guys did. And I'm sitting there thinking, storm.
Yeah.
Storm, and what would guys laugh out and women wouldn't? And it was somebody broke wind. The attorney did or something during the closing.
I heard there was something else, a different reference. But wow, yeah, that would be a little uncomfortable, because everyone's paying attention to you. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like they are me right now.
Right now. Yep. The CG, thank you very much. I appreciate the scoop on that. But we'll have to try to watch that when we're not live streaming it. But good stuff.
Okay.
Thank you,
I'll
CG.
let you go.
Appreciate you. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. I think we are going to take a lunch break. I'm going to go back and I've got to pull that little clip that the closed hearing out of the video. The judge has requested that, so I'm going to honor that. Storms, the book, yes, the loin fire, everything. Yeah, we Brandy and JT covered that so well, almost too well. Yep. Stephanie Scott, that's what I thought they were referencing. Storm was a reference, Anatomy of Chad Daybell, but you guys gotta go watch it now before I lose it. Yeah, there was just a tiny bit, Matthew. There was just a tiny bit where there was, I guess, a closed hearing that was aired because we started. The video picked up after the judge had said it was a closed hearing, and so we were hearing all the audio, and then suddenly it cut out, and we realized it was a closed hearing. The mod wife says, "Can I send you a personal video on the burner phone? I have to show you something in my backyard." Sure, go ahead. Just make sure you send me a note. Say, "Don't share this on the air if you don't want me to." I usually won't without your permission anyway, but if there's, yes, brown cow equals chocolate milk. Thank you, Lisa. You can go back and listen for a bit. I need new headphones. What to use? Here, Richard, I love these headphones. I sent Weatherwatch a pair of them as well. When I sent him some equipment for the podcast. I have had probably 7 pairs of these. And they are not the most durable as far as, last you for generations type thing. But if you treat them well, if you don't like constantly swing from the cord like my kids do, they last forever. Like this pair has lasted me for over 6 months of daily use, and they get a lot of use. But these are, let me get you a link for these. I buy them from Amazon, and they're quite reasonable actually. Hold on one second. And these are not closed back, by the way.
Cow is losing his spots face with big pleading eyes.
Okay, I don't know who did this. I'm still getting the headphones, Richard. Hang on just one second. I'll get the link for you. Let's see. They look like they are $35. Let me get you a link. Copy. And we'll paste it in here. Okay, so that is the headphones I use right here. If you want them, they're called Samsung SR850s, and they're open back, so I can hear conversations that happen around me. They don't like seal me off from the world, and that's important because I have kids that come in and want to talk, and phone ring. I can hear my wife, out on the hall if she needs me or something. I can hear that, and I just love them, and they're so comfortable to wear all day long. They're soft pads. They don't make my ears feel all sweaty after the day, and it doesn't feel like I'm wearing a vice grip on my head. They've just been really good headphones. I've had headphones that have better like high fidelity sound if you're a true audiophile, but these are very comfortable and I love them. Now back to the other question of the cow. I don't know who it is, but here's my cow right here. The original, which is losing its spots. Its udder is completely hosed. And then last week in the post office box, somebody sent me a replacement cow that is in pristine condition. Look at that pink udder, the pink in the ears, the tail. Let's see side by side. Let's put it on the big screen so you guys can really see. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, so just looking at these two cows, can you tell which one is the? See, this one has a little bit of staining on the back. There's some subtle differences. So yeah, so I have a new cow, which I have not squeezed or squoozled. What is it called? Squeezed. I have not squeezed the cow. I'm not sure why that word escaped me, but I have not squoozled that cow. My old cow is getting all the work. Need to get you set up with affiliate links so you can get paid for your equipment endorsements. Those are affiliate links. Let me just put that out right. Any Amazon link I send you is an affiliate link. I'm an affiliate with Amazon. I've been a seller on Amazon for about 12 years. But if you do buy it through my affiliate link, it does not cost you any extra, but Amazon might reward me with a very, very small token payment out of the portion they take from their earnings on the sale. And then, it would be awesome that way. So thank you very much. And if you ever do shop, when you use a link, if you use one of my affiliate links, like if you say, I want to click on the headphones and you don't buy it, but then later you go shopping, later in the day, like 5 minutes later, you use that same link you've opened up from Amazon using my link, and then you buy dog food, I get an affiliate link from your dog food purchase as well. Doesn't cost any different to you, but I didn't know that. Let's see. CG has admitted to being an addict. Welcome, CG. RA sounded super posh then. They were quite reasonable, actually. I live in New Hampshire. Who said that? I live in New Hampshire. There's more to this story. After Brandon was arrested, his dad, Mark, was getting married, and Luis Garcia's stepson, Dale, came into the wedding, shot the bride and the minister. Yes, we've watched that a little bit. I mean, we didn't watch that happen. We talked about Mr. Holloway, the stepson, who did that shooting. The stepson also, while he was in the judicial system for that crime, attacked his lawyer. I think broke his nose or gave him a bloody nose or something. Required some medical treatment. And I think he pled guilty to attacking his lawyer, so he's in jail. But it's interesting. There was a little bit of revenge. Also because that marriage was taking place the same day as Garcia's funeral at that church. So, Cachette, so what brand was that? Samson is the brand of the headphones. I can give you the link again if you want. But, okay. Let's see. Maybe I need a pair of headphones to get my husband to come when I need him. I like these headphones. They have a cloth. The only downside, because they completely cover my ears, so it doesn't feel like my ear is pushed against my head. There's like space in there for my ears to just be happy and live. The only downside is it does push my hair flat up against my head, which when I have my hair cut short like this, it makes it look like I've trimmed my white walls around my ears to be like really big because it lays my hair flat against my skull. But that's about it. I don't know who sent the replacement cow. It did not come with any notes. It just showed up from Amazon. But it is Mint Condition. Thank you, Petrified. I love the reference there. Mint Condition. Okay. Evangeline Light. Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Can the new one be Moopack? Moopack and Cash Cow? I think those two go together well, Katrina. I don't think we need to do a poll. Can you leave chat up while we go to lunch? I can do that. Let me get our verdict up here. Dale Holloway is Luis Garcia's stepson. Another crazy case. He attacked his attorney and went in jail as well. Yeah, that's crazy. Your kid needs to paint or Sharpie the first cow for you. The first cow is all the pink is gone. Like the pink in the ears is gone. The pink on the udders is gone. It is have a little bit of staining on the hindquarters, and I don't know why. That seems to be picking up some of the darkness when the rest of it rubs off. But the face has pretty much lost everything except for a little spot on there and a bit of the nose. Still, well worth it. I love it. You have a surprise waiting in the post office box. Matthew, I need to go on lunch then. I'm super excited. I think I know what it is. I think I know. We might have to do a little wardrobe change here at lunchtime as well. Debbie says, thank you for answering. That was my third time asking. I hope no more children's trials. I hear you. Children's trials are very rough, and I don't like doing them either. I can't say we won't ever do another one, but I think we'll be very hesitant to take another trial that involves children. Those are very difficult. Highly insensitive having the wedding funeral on the same day. I thought so as well. Okay. Cut my son's hair over the weekend and he cried. My wife cut my hair over the weekend. I think it was actually Friday. When you bend over and lower your head, does the headphones fall off? No, Gail, they don't. I can headbang if I want. If I was still in that age. Wow, now I can't. But yeah, the headphones they hold tight, but they don't crush my head. The band is fairly expandable. I mean, I can can shrink it up or grow them a little bit. There they go. You can shrink or grow, and it's good. What you doing to that cow, man? I'm just crushing it. Gonna back up and catch up. Let's see. I sent you your cow. Thank you, Evangeline Light. Thank you for the cow. It is amazing. I'm not sure if you sent me the original one or the second one, but I love them both. Skid marks on the original cow. I must be stressed. Well, when you squeeze a cow, I saw a YouTuber that Zach had a stress ball at some point, so I didn't know that. Any recommendations for gaming headphones? Does anyone have an amplified headset? Big tire gaming headphones, typically you're talking about headphones that have a built-in microphone, right? I've heard good things about some of the Elgato lineup. I think they make some headphones. They're big on the gaming side of things as far as electronics goes. Do we think verdict today on this? I think so. I think there's not a lot for the jury to cover. The trial was very quick. So will we get a warning when they reach verdict? I'm hoping we do. I may have to remove the part of the chat tonight, or the part of the video tonight. But Karen, it's not a question of awareness to crimes involving children. The problem is most of us here are parents. Most of us here have a very hard time dealing with the stress that comes from listening to some incredibly difficult facts like that. It's a lot of those have a lot of attention already, so it's not that they have not received sufficient attention. We want to see justice done in those cases, but it's just very difficult to involve. It's very difficult to watch. It's very difficult to hear. Okay. I'm in the UK airport lounge on the way to Poland. Have never worn earphones before, yet here I am watching and listening to you, Annie. That's awesome. Hope you have a safe flight. I only need the cow when I give blood. Marcia, when I was, I spent some time in England during the mad cow disease, and for many years they would not allow me to give blood because of that. Even though I'm not aware of eating much meat at all while I was there, and I've never had any symptoms that that I can tell, other than this is the only mad cow that I have. But when I could give blood, I would always treat it as a contest, and so I would try to give blood in a record time. Because I thought it would be funny if I passed out as well, but I never did pass out. But pumping the stress ball as fast as I could to get the blood flow going was fun. Don't want to be around when the cow explodes. I don't know what's in the cow, but I've given it some pretty, you try to almost crush it completely, and it holds up to the abuse. Yes, we're in Verdict Watch. I need to change the title of the name here just really quickly because we are almost done. Okay, watch live, Verdict Watch. I'm going to take morning off here. There we go. All right, nothing from the defense. Absolutely nothing. Have I seen Vallo's new mugshot? I think I saw it on Twitter. Let's see. If a guilty verdict comes in, will the comments made about the devil and the attorney be reason for appeal? No, I don't think so, Virginia, because they were done outside the presence of the jury. The jury is not aware of those at all. Now, there could be an appeal based on the judge's decision whether or not he wanted to fire his attorney and wouldn't allow him to, or whether he wanted to testify in his own defense and the judge wouldn't allow him to. I'm not sure if that's the case either, but that's a possibility. Tammy Burge says, I have a Youth Whisper bone conduction Bluetooth headphones, open ear headphones with noise canceling microphone, wireless headset for work, learning, running, and driving. I've never tried the bone conduction ones. I've heard some good things about them, but I've never done that. Sennheiser makes gaming headsets that I would recommend. A great brand. Sennheiser is a top brand, especially in microphones as well. They have, as far as wireless microphones go, I have some cheap ones that run about $500 for two. Theirs run about $1,200 for two, and they are fantastic, used in professional industries all over the place. Great microphones, wireless microphones. Very reliable, great range. See, I'm not alone in donating blood. Okay. The original barely made it through. It's a little bit saggy. Like it's not after being squeezed, it doesn't return to its original shape quite as quickly as it used to, because I've stretched it out just a little bit. I'll give it a break for a minute. I can't leave for lunch. I think that's what I need to do. I think we need to end for lunch. I just need to make a screen, a watch screen. I need to turn my ringer on so that the mods can call me if something happens. Oh, and also good news. Good news. Here in the studio. Installation for fiber internet is Friday or Saturday this week. Friday or Saturday, I get fiber internet. And then all my internet problems will be a thing of the past. Only the internet will be much easier for everyone else after that. They're like vibrations that will not kill your eardrums, plus you can hear things going on around you. Tammy, it's a little late for the kill your eardrums thing. I have tinnitus pretty bad. And I hear one pitch in one ear and another pitch in the other at all times, 24/7. Last time RA had the audacity to go on break, the verdict was triggered, agreed. RA needs BRB screen for keeping chat up. I can build one of those. We have not, first let me do a poll while we're doing this so I can, let's see. We have not done a poll on the verdict watch. Okay, so we're going to do, I know I'm going to do less than an hour, but you've only got 10 minutes here, so that's not going to be let's see. Let's do 1 to 2 hours, because we're just about over that 1 hour period. 2 to 4 hours. Okay, here we go. Okay. Poll is up on the verdict. How long the jury will take to deliberate. And let me make a quick splash screen here. I think I had one earlier.
Bring the jury.
Oh, there's a good one. I'll just change this. The good thing about this is I can have the counter going on the screen as well.
I'm not a camel.
Okay, there we go. So how does this look? If I say the jury is deliberating, we'll be back live after lunch. Does that work? Can we have sounds on while we're gone? Of course, Matthew. Of course we can. We'll crank them up, full volume.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Alex stole it as well.
Do I have an Amazon link to the chopping knife? Give me just one second.
You're talking about stuff that
I have to tell you, Carmen, I don't want to give you the link yet because we have not used it. And I'd like to give I don't like recommending something that I haven't used and don't recommend, and can't say yes I support this or yes it's good. Because can you give us a couple days to get some veggies chopped and give it a try, and then we'll go on the link, go with the link if it's good. I wouldn't want anyone to buy something and then me find out that it was a crappy product and they bought it in my recommendation. Audio-Technica ATH MSR 7Bs. I think those are some great headphones. The MSR 7Bs. I've liked a lot of Audio-Technica stuff as well. Okay. How close are we to the next subscriber milestone? I do not know. I have not looked today. We're at 21,736. Let me refresh. 21,736. 21,751. So we've got 249 subscribers before we reach 22,000. So it'll probably take a new case to get us there. Oh man, poor earphones or poor earplugs in a noisy environment will get you for sure. I spent a lot of years in a metal shop, and it was loud, and I probably should have worn earplugs and didn't. I'm not sure if I could pinpoint it just to that one source, but.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
I have constant ringing in my ears, and I hate it like a high-pitched symphony of a combo of Citadas, an AOL dial-up sound of some sort, but higher pitched. Tingle Crochet, you and me both. The most frustrating moment for me, and honestly, it was extremely distressing, was the first moment I recognized it, and I could hear it. And I was on a camp out with my son. We were up in the mountains, and it should have been just quiet. And I was listening, and then I'm hearing this ringing. And sometimes you get ringing in your ears, and like, oh, okay, that's weird. My ear was ringing, and it never stopped. And it was distressing because I knew that basically for the rest of my life I would never have that moment where I'd be able to just be out in nature and just have it be deadly silent, just deathly quiet. It's like gone. And the worst part is I can't tell how loud it is, because even now as I'm talking I can still hear it, and so I don't. Sometimes when it seems like it's just super loud, just I don't have anything else to compare it to, so I have to hear other noises to put that sound into perspective. Okay, let's see. I was doing a quick splash screen. Hold on one second. Let's see, here's the court video. We'll go to right here. So tell me if you like how this one looks. Is that jury's deliberating? We'll be back after lunch, but I can set it up so that we have box 2 is going to be MP1. So it's going to be like this. So you have the, oh man, it's a little bit off. Grr. Okay, let me fix it. I'll fix it. Just move the little counter up like that. That's better. Does that work? We can go to lunch now. I'm planning on taking an hour lunch, so I'll give you till 1 o'clock. Maybe 1:15 even, hour 15. I miss silence for sure. Yep. I know I'm not alone. All of you who suffer as well. It's awful. Didn't hear the defense closing. Cachette, go back and watch it. It's all in there. I'm not going to take that part out until the end of the day because the live stream won't be done until we wrap up this afternoon. And depending on how things go, we may wrap up a little bit early and then we'll go live again later. Let's see. Let's change my lights. Hey Siri, turn my lights green. So you're on my TV. It should make my lights green. There we go.
Lights is taking a while to respond.
It works. All right, my lights are going to be green. We'll wait for it like that. Let's see. It was guilty, not guilty. Is that poll open? That one is done. We pretty much I think hung jury won. Guilty was second. Not guilty was second. Guilty was third, with about a pretty even split, less than about 15% between the top and the bottom. Okay, so we're going to end the verdict poll really quickly while we can, and then we're going to take lunch. Let's see. Here we go. We're in poll. Okay, on our verdict poll, we have 2 hours, 2 to 4 hours is 54%, 4 to 8 hours, 24%, 1 to 2 hours is 14%, and it's going to be a long week with 6%. So hopefully we get something here this afternoon. All right. That sounds good. We've done all of our polls here today. I think we're good. So Siri responded. Sorry, I have to, when my phone is plugged in like this, when the burner phone is plugged in, Siri only hears my voice through this microphone. Like if I muted my microphone and tried to talk to Siri, it would not hear my command. My daughter's cochlear implant has Bluetooth, so she can stream anything directly into her head. That is convenient.
Alex
Super convenient. Now for some light chatting music. Be kind. That's a little bit harder to do. I still have to work on that part, but we'll wrap up with our regular music as we go to lunch. How about that? All right, as we get ready to go to lunch, if you have to leave us for the day, I'm sorry, we will miss you. Hopefully you won't miss the verdict. But tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe until we go live again. But we'll stay live. We'll keep the feed up just for a little bit. I'm going to have a splash screen on the screen. I'm going to have the volume turned up for court on my TV, so that as soon as sound comes back from the court, we'll know about it. I'm also going to have my burner phone with me with the ringer on, the mods. If you guys hear anything or see anything on the social media platforms that typically provide this information, like Twitter, please let me know. It's probably going to be as soon as I go to make my sandwich and pull out the spicy maple bourbon pickles that the court has a verdict, but we'll see. Anyway, thank you all. Stay safe. We'll be back here in just a little bit. We're staying live. We'll see you.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
I'm not a cat.
Alex stole it.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
There's a lawsuit.
Alex stole it.
Bring the jury.
I'm not
There's a lawsuit.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Alex stole it as well.
Bring the jury.
I'm not a cat.
All rise. Court is now in session.
I'm not a camel.
You're
not a
talking
camel.
about stuff that is not relevant.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten. Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
I'm not a camel.
Bring the jury.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
And now let Murdoch stole it.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
I'm not a camel. Squirrel!
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Hey. Sorry about that. Hold tight. We're seeing the judge's head in the courtroom. And I was just putting my shoes on to run to the post office because I have to do that. But we're seeing the judge's head in the courtroom, so I'm keeping a close eye on this just to see if we get any indicator that something's happening, which so far we have not. Let's see. Yes, there are two OnlyFans cases. One is the OnlyFans murder, and one is the OnlyFans stalker. OnlyFans stalker is going on right now. Just reaching closing arguments. Brandy and JT are following that. I think Jay as well is following. Well, I think Jay's on this trial still. Are we sure it's a judge's head? I believe so. It's a little. I think he's bald. There are a lot of bald heads in there.
Bring the jury.
Welcome back. Guess what I had for lunch? I had a cinnamon roll and some pickles. It was sort of like one of those buffets where we had all the like a fruit salad out and everything. And so I had chocolate milk, a cinnamon roll, and some pickles. We're still looking at the next case to follow. Everything changes up until the last minute, so sometimes we have to change at the last minute. And so we're going to look at what's available out there and what's. Yes, this is my lunch in an emoji right there. I need a chocolate milk emoji or a brown cow or something like that. The other OnlyFans at the end of the year, that's going to be a tough case to follow because some of the evidence is not YouTube friendly. Had pineapple upside down cake. Yum. It's delicious. Bonnie, your courthouse change color looks great. Thank you so much. I love it. Put up the verdict clock. Oops, sorry, I forgot about that. Let's switch to super source here and put me on, let's see. Box 2 is going to be number 4. Does that work? I know it was a very good lunch, very healthy. All homemade cinnamon rolls, everything. Number one, Grandma, I will say that the pickles were by themselves. I had them first. It was almost like a main dish of pickles with a side of cinnamon roll. I have not gone to the post office yet. I need to run right now, but the judge's head was bobbing up and down, and even though I couldn't hear anything, I was curious. We have the audio turned on in case anything comes through from the courtroom. But let's see. I think I've got time to run to the post office. Brandy Churchwell posted an update on her on the image she has with her and JT on the beach, using the Lori Vallow trial, the wedding picture from Chad and Lori Daybell on the beach in Hawaii. So she updates that picture to include all the special guests they've had on the show, and so now Matthew Harris is now on it. Defense Diaries is on there. I'm on there. It's just great. It is an incredible picture. I can't wait till it's like completely just chock full of heads. It'll be awesome. Jury is out already. This one is amazing. Judge is in the courtroom. I think he's eating at the bench. Okay, so while the verdict is ongoing, let's see if I put it up like this. Then I think how that looks for you. Let's see. Yeah, that's what we've got. I can leave it up like this during my run to the post office. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do a post office run. If anything happens, I can literally have it set up so that I can call home and have someone hit one button and it will take it full screen and you'll be good to go. I got time. All right, Eric. On your instruction, I'll do it. Is this view good, or do you want the splash screen? I can't leave this view up full screen without it being changed a little bit. It can be in the background, but I can't just leave it by itself. Or I can do this one. Can I leave it there? I'll leave the audio up. If you hear anything, it'll happen. I won't leave you at home. All right. Give me 10 minutes. I can be there in 10 minutes. So nothing can happen in 10 minutes, all right? Deal? Deal. All right. I'll be right back. I'll give you some more music. Let's do the podcast music since we need to relax a little bit.
For the record, I don't consent to that name.
Bring the jury.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Alex stole it.
I'm not a camel.
I'm not a cat.
Squirrel!
Alex stole it as well.
Bring the jury.
There's a lawsuit.
I'm not a cat.
Bring the jury.
I have a confession. We do not yet have a verdict. We do not yet have a verdict that I'm aware of. I hit the wrong button, and once the music had started, I just could not stop it. Because first of all, I was feeling it. You know, it was rave music, says Stephen. I was feeling it, but I couldn't stop it. That was normally that's normally the verdict music. But once I started it, I could not stop it. So I do apologize for those who feel like I have led them down a road. I need sad lighting. Hey Siri, change my lights to light blue. There we go. All right, everything's light blue. It was sad. I don't know the name of this song. It's just sad music. Sad piano is what I call it. I can Google it if you want. Yes, I changed shirts as well. I have changed my shirt. I think it's appropriate to maybe share the shirt full screen. Oops, let's do that here. Let me turn this off. This is my new go-to shirt. I'm excited about this. It says, everything I know about law, I learned from Matthew Harris Law PLC with a YouTube link. A present from Matthew Harris, the one, the only. Yes, you're here in chat, one of our fantastic mods. I love the choice of color too, mostly because it does not key out with my background. But it is amazing. I don't know if this is something that you, Matthew, that you sell on your channel as a standard merch item, but if not, it should be. Because I think not just me, but many people here in chat could wear the shirt and have it be just as true as it is for me. That's Kit Kat. Matthew, if that is available, please just give us the nod. And we would love to send people your way to get a shirt of their own. I don't know what colors are available, but this one is fantastic. It works well. It is for sale on the channel. There it is. If you want your own shirt that says everything I know about law, I learned from Matthew Harris Law. Check this out. Is that cool? Oh. My wife's saying it's not focusing on the shirt. It looks better than what it looked like. Looks like that. Ta-da! It's a very nice shirt. Anyway, that's the end of the sad music. I do apologize. I hit the verdict music on accident. Is it working better? I'm in focus now. Let's do the howdy music. What's the howdy music? This is a nice color. I really like it. I need an accompanying keychain and shot glass. Wash and iron inside out. What is this? What word is this, Sharon? I remember it from my science class, but what does it have to do with clothing? Cash Cat was loved. Yes. Oh, the country sound music. Oh, that's the cats searching something. That's this one. So Matthew, can you put in chat, do you have a link straight to your store? Is there a link that you could share that would take us right to your store? Or maybe I could try to find one.
Let no
If you could
horse
share
go
that would be
unbeaten.
awesome. And if it's all right, is it all right if I show your store on the channel? So we can peruse, shop, and have fun on your channel. Don't iron, just throw in the dryer with a damp towel. This is how I live. Okay, so Janice, what is Matthew Harris's channel? Anytime you need that when I'm live, you can just type !Matthew in chat right here, and boom, channel pops up right like that. So that's what I'm going to go to right now. I'm going to just assume Matthew gave me permission to view anything on his store here. Let me pull this over here on full screen. All right, so let's switch here so you can see what Matthew has going on. This is on, if you go to his page, first of all, if you go to his homepage, you'll end up right here. But if you go over here on the store, on his homepage on YouTube, this is where you can find just the amazing products that we know and love. Let's see. If there was no bad people, there would be no good lawyers. Where's the... It's only showing me the featured items. It's a nice looking mug. Ooh. It's a good looking hoodie too. That guy looks sort of like a bad guy though. Maybe possibly one of your guilty clients, Matthew. Here it is. This is one we want. Everything I know about law. Ooh. With the guns, I could do the guns out. Okay, there's you got the women's t-shirt or the men's t-shirt. This is the one I'm sporting right now. I believe it's the men's version. I like to think I'm wearing the men's shirt. But that's a nice shirt. And some stickers. Sweet. I'll continue shopping here in a little bit. I'm a sucker for stickers. Oh man, Stars and Stripes. Matthew, you've gone all out. This is a pretty cool spread here of what you got. Look at the options. Say if I did want to wear the muscle tee, you could do the purple. Oh, look at that tie dye. I'm excited. Okay, we're going to finish that up in a minute. We have a court to be watching. Sorry. Where are we at? There we are. Nicole Mobley, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. You're famous, by the way. Welcome. It was wonderful talking to you the other day. I did get your message, by the way. I did not see the link that went with it, so I'm not sure who you were speaking about, which you don't have to put it in chat if you don't want to, but let me know. I'd be interested in what's happening there. This next up, we're going to get the RA merch channel optimized. I don't do merch very well. I really don't. I have a couple items, and with one of our drawings from Stephen Lee, who is an amazing artist, by the way. He keeps posting on the Facebook page more just amazing art. But that's pretty much all we have. That dude is ripped. Yeah, I believe Matthew did post for his own merch picture on that. I'm not sure. Is that how it went down, Matthew? And then they just changed the face at the last minute. I think my favorites with RA music are the original intro, outro, and what was the 1960s, 70s music that was playing a few ago. Let's see. Was it this one? It wasn't that one. This one is the 1960s, 70s. Sort of got that little organ feel to it. Or this one. That's the Verdict stuff. We're going to wait for that one. I won't play that again. We were shopping just for a minute on Matthew Harris's channel, which you can do too by typing !Matthew in chat, and then you can pop over there and check out the amazing things he offers, which is a very wide selection. Okay, somebody's calling. It might be somebody that's not related to the channel. Hold on one second. Hello.
Do you live stream every day? Trial or not? I'm new to your channel from LS. I'm really enjoying your channel.
Leslie Ann, yes, we do. I live stream every day. I have for the past 6 months, and I love it. I live stream from my home here in the courthouse. See, as you can tell clearly, I'm sitting in the courthouse, as you can see from this picture. But it looks that way when I look forward for some reason. I'm not sure where the judge went. But we do live stream every day. We do try to follow a trial almost always. So we're almost always following a trial. Occasionally we'll have very little breaks. We're just finishing up a trial right now. It's in verdict watch as we speak. They've been debating for about 2 hours. So we're seeing if we get a fast result there on that one. And we're following the Brandon Castiglione trial, minister murder trial. John Link, I think it is. Welcome. Good to have you as a member with the new Kohler Courthouse. Appreciate your continued support there. And Army H51, thank you for gifting an additional membership. Appreciate that. Love the support. And it looks like that went to Linda Hill. Congratulations, Linda. Okay, Jimmy says, hi, recovery addict. I missed this morning. Did I miss anything? Are we still of the opinion there wasn't enough evidence to convict Brandon? Jimmy, we're split. It's about 30-30-30, roughly, when we look at this. It's, I guess, the minority, or the smallest 30%, think that he's not guilty. Or, sorry, guilty. The rest of us think that he's either not guilty or not proven or hung jury. But, yeah, so this morning we were expecting a decision from Brandon Castiglione where he was going to decide if he was going to represent himself, be his own lawyer, and move forward that way. And the as that decision started to be made, it appears that his lawyers sort of turned against him and were saying, hey, we think he's not, of a mental state where he could defend himself. Then it became a closed hearing very quickly, and we didn't get to hear what happened, but the result of that, his lawyers kept representing him, and he did not testify in his own defense. So defense just rested. They did not present any evidence. They did not call any witnesses. They just rested. We had closing statements, which in New Hampshire, defense goes first, and then prosecution. And now we're in verdict watch. So that's where we are right now, and it carried us through. So there was no real change to anything since Friday afternoon. Ricky Watson, my friend, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Good to have you here, Ricky. Appreciate you. Let's see. Those memberships went to Miss M, Shelley Tarbett, Bella, Number One Grandma, and Jimmy Chilot. Okay, so with this being a verdict watch, we can do a couple things. We can we're not going to pick up a new trial while this is in verdict watch, even though there are a couple happening. I know we've got one that we've been discussing, that possibly following out of, let's see. Oh, I was going to mention this. Did you hear the Ben Franklin quote? The first Ben Franklin quote? Can you guys, pop quiz, what was the first Ben Franklin quote we heard today? This was from Defense, who quoted Ben Franklin. Do you guys remember what he said? Let's do a high-speed chase. Are you the driver or am I? The first quote we heard today from the defense was in their closing statements, where they said, Ben Franklin said, it's better that 100 guilty men go free than one innocent man rots in prison, or something like that. So they gave that quote, okay? Prosecution got up and said, if you're going to quote Ben Franklin, do it right. And he went ahead and quoted not Ben Franklin, but John Adams. He quoted John Adams, and John Adams was the one who said that, let's see, what was his exact phrase? Facts are stubborn things, I think it was. Facts are stubborn things. Attributed to John Adams. And interestingly enough, that quote was when John Adams was defending someone, saying facts are stubborn things. Let's see if I can find the reference here. Let's see. Facts are stubborn things. This is from the Boston Massacre. Captain Preston's trial took place in October of 1770. Adams and co-counsel Josiah Quincy successfully challenged the prosecution's claim that Preston had ordered his soldiers to fire, and the jury, composed of colonists, acquitted him. Okay, so he not only did he misquote it, he quotes the wrong guy, and then goes on to, quote the guy who was actually on the defense. The trial of 8 soldiers began in November. Adams and Quincy called witnesses who testified that the mob assaulted and provoked the soldiers. Adams' closing argument, which contemporaries described as electrifying, argued to the jury that any soldiers whose lives were in danger had acted in self-defense. As to any soldiers whose lives were not threatened, but who were provoked to act by blows from sticks, oyster shells, and balls of ice, Adams argued they were guilty of manslaughter, but not murder. And he wrapped up his statement with this. He said, "Facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictates of our passion, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence. The law commands that which is good and punishes evil in all, whether rich or poor, high or low. On one hand, the law is inexorable as to the cries and lamentations of the prisoners, and on the other it is deaf as an adder to the clamors of the populace." Wow. Where the great orators of yesteryear? Let's do a high-speed chase. I love that. Lael, welcome to the gallery as a new member with the blue courthouse, month 2, I believe, on that one. Thank you so much. Yes, Nicole is green. That's awesome. I'm super excited. Okay, let's see. Just needs to let this side. He just needs to let this ride out because right now I think it's in his favor. I think we've got a high probability of a hung jury here, which we have never had a hung jury under any of the cases we have followed. No hung juries. We've had one not guilty. That was Dean Cummings. That was a self-defense case, I believe, out of Arizona. But that was interesting. But pretty much everything else has been convictions. Anyway, I thought it was funny that prosecution came in with their version of Ben Franklin quote, which was not from Ben Franklin, which reminded me of actually a George Washington quote that I remember that says, "Don't believe anything you read on the internet. Don't believe everything you read on the internet." George Washington. So I read that online as well. I love hysterical history like that. The court clerk during that court, great penmanship, but I don't think I can read it. It's a skill I just don't have. Here's a little additional information about Mr. Adams here. Talking about that court case where he's defending British soldiers who fired on the people. So the jury acquitted the 6 soldiers and found 2 guilty of manslaughter. Those 2 were punished by the branding of their right thumbs. Ouch. Yes, branding their right thumbs. Adams' experiences in this case would guide him as he developed and articulated his philosophy of government based on the rule of law rather than the rule of individuals. This case also reinforced his belief that the judicial branch of government should be independent and not controlled by the passions of the day. Years later, Adams described his role in defending the British soldiers charged with murder as one of the most gallant, generous, manly, and disinterested actions of my whole life, and one of the best pieces of service I ever rendered to my country. Just crazy. Good stuff. Love history. It got us to where we are right now. Anyway, so that's if you're going to quote John Adams, at least give him credit, Mr. Prosecutor. That would be nice. So still nothing out of the courtroom. So we're ready here. Welcome, new members. Welcome to the crazy house. Lisa, don't tell them. Don't tell them. Let them find out for themselves.
I'm not a cat.
Nicole, that's what draws people in. The ability to bypass the slow chat is what brings in the members. If there's a hung jury, verdict would last much longer. Yes, I think it would probably go into tomorrow if it's a hung jury.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
There's a lawsuit.
Be Kind says, "I'm related to John Adams." That is awesome. That's awesome. That's something you should be proud of.
Are we going to adjust subject matter jurisdiction?
The early founders of our nation, here speaking about the United States, as I know we have watchers from all over the world, but the early founders of our nation really had a tough go of it, trying to figure out how to set the government up, and it wasn't as easy as we might think. Hamilton makes it look rather entertaining and fun to watch, but it came with peril, a great degree of peril. See, Linda Hill says, "Thank you for the membership. I was cutting grass and heard RA announce my name, and now the lawn is half mowed, and here you are, Linda." Good to have you. Let's see. It's Lael's birthday today. Can we have the happy birthday song? Is it Lael? Lael? How do we pronounce it? We need a pronunciation guide, but let me see. Where is... Today's my birthday. Did you miss the birthday song? Nope, we're saving it just for you. Happy birthday, Lael. Love the Van Gogh on your profile picture. I think is that Van Gogh? This is the Scream. Who did the Scream? Is it Picasso? This is my fine art education is failing me. Kiefer says, what was the point of the Satan thing when it was it completely irrelevant after all? I think it was useful in getting the judge to believe that the defendant probably should not represent himself, which I agree. Most defendants should not. Did I see on Friday Aiden's mom took a plea deal, 1 month jail with 5 years probation? I didn't see she got a plea deal. I saw she was getting some jail time for sure, though. Virginia says, everybody has a house. I'm homeless on here. Virginia, make sure we have the setting turned on to accept gifts on this channel for you. It just might happen. It just might happen. Odds are when it's a quieter day like today, where we don't have 10,000 people in chat, the odds are better as well. Lael, yes, you're saying my name right. Well, happy birthday, Lael. Somebody needs to tell me about the Edward Munch. I failed it completely. Hannah, I had a game growing up. I think it was called...
About stuff that is not
I'm talking about things I don't know much about, I can tell you that. When I was a child, we had a game that my family played at home. It was called Masterpiece. And it was a board game that involved the buying and selling of art. And some were forgeries and some were real. And it was I think it was random what became forgeries and what the values were. And it was sort of weird that way. But I learned almost everything I know about art during that game. You know, as you're dealing with pictures of great artworks, masterpieces from around the world. And so I know a lot of the names, but sometimes I get them matched up wrong. Okay. Oh, Cachette just gifted 5 memberships. Let's see who got one. Went to Teresa, Lydia Vaz, Melissa, Debbie K, and Key N. Congratulations. Thank you, Cachette, for that. Very generous. Okay. We're back. Lee says we're back from Epping, New Hampshire. It's Epping, right? Welcome back. Yes, we're still waiting for a verdict. I appreciate you and Shells going there and checking out the courtroom for us and giving that information, Lee. That was crucial. Information we could not have had any other way. Let's see. My uncle, Tone A. Worley, born 1885 to 1970, was honorable. Well, that's a good age. Was an honorable clerk of court. I have his picture. Judy, that's awesome. Welcome to the No Longer Homeless. Can you give a shout out to my mom, Sherry Ogden? We're both big fans. We also just received our mugs and love them. Tasia Richter and Sherry Ogden, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for ordering mugs as well. I have the pink mug today. I'm not sure which color you went with, but pink is a great choice if you have to choose. And it's delicious. Water, of course. Okay. I think they're going to take all day to decide, says Sewing Mama. It's very possible. We may have to take a break and come back when we have a verdict. Let's see. A little Nordic painter's education.
I was kicked back,
Munch
taking
is
it
pronounced
easy.
Monk. Munked. ND was Norwegian artist. Jeg kan ikke snakke norsk. I don't speak Norwegian at all. But I should, because my mom does. But Monk. Casey Ledwig, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as a member. Thank you. We're on verdict watch, which is always a little kicked back and taking it easy. I need to change the colors Do we have a preference on the colors? I'm still trying to figure out how to make it so you guys can change the colors on my TV, around my TV, so that it glows. Hey Siri, change the colors to red. There we go. Red is a little muted. Maybe like a green. Green is nice. Wow, that's bright. There we go. We'll just leave it bright for now.
All right.
Georgia Culture.
Now in session.
Good to see you with a greenhouse courthouse by your name. Thank you very much for your continued support. Of course, water, says Lisa. Okay, do we have any questions on where we're at? Did everyone follow this case this morning? If you missed it, it went by fast. Is Zachariah Anderson sentencing today? I thought it was tomorrow. Is the sentencing tomorrow? Oh, you guys want purple? Purple it is. Purple. Nice. Oh, that matches right here. That's good. I like that. We'll do purple for now.
Love the context. So glad I found you.
Thank you very much. Let's see who says that. Football Mom. Appreciate that. Thank you. We're trying to make sure everyone is aware of what's happening in this case as we wait for a verdict. This case has been different. It has been different from anything else we've watched in that it seems to be rushed. I mean, I realize there's some times where the state is under bind time-wise, right? You might have a defendant who's arrested for a crime and they do not waive their right to a speedy trial. That puts the state on the clock. Time is ticking, and if they don't hurry, the defendant can be let out because he or she did not receive the speedy trial that is guaranteed as a constitutional right. So when that happens, the state has to hurry up and just quickly get it done. That wasn't what happened in this case that I know of. Oh, wait, yes, it did. There was questions of speedy trial in this case. We had, it was COVID that slowed everything down. Because I think he'd already objected about the speedy trial, but several of the delays were actually caused by defense, which sort of weakens his case. They had asked for his own mental evaluation to be done, and then he rejected it. How about infrared? I'm not sure if I can do infrared. I'm not sure if the spectrum covers infrared a little bit, but I like the purple. It just really pops. Anyway, so ZA is tomorrow. Thank you, Ruth, for that. What do you think is more likely, not guilty or hung jury? Hung jury is more likely because it's easier to reach that outcome than any other outcome. The odds of having all 12 people come to the same conclusion, I think, is smaller. And so a hung jury would be any one of those 12 holding on to the opposite of any of the other 11. So that, I think, statistically is more likely. Not guilty, it's very hard to get a not guilty as well, because you have somebody who was shot and killed, and it's hard to walk out of there as a jury saying, we're not going to hold anyone accountable. Or we're not going to hold the person that the police think is accountable, even though there's somebody who's dead. Because if you just look at it and say, the police arrested the guy, there was a guy there, it was his gun, his bullet, there's a lot of things there that make it hard to overcome. So it might be easier to have them do a lesser included charge. But defense called no witnesses, Hannah. 0. Nobody. I have a question. It's above the last super chat, says Lost Souls Paranormal. Hang on one second. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see, right there. I had to go out and see my parents. I saw the first half of closing arguments, but is the manslaughter charge still on the table? The two official charges that are on the table are both second-degree murder. One is knowingly causing death, and the other was negligence or recklessly causing the death. There are also lesser includeds. They did not spell those out, but there are lesser includeds on there. You guys are funny. All caught up. What a crazy trial. There's not a lot to catch up on. It's gone so fast. And part of the problem, the thing we've been most frustrated on, is every time they have a witness who seems to have a juicy bit of very relevant information, the questioning has ended. It's just stopped. And then they dismissed the witness. One after another after another. And we've just never had that one little tidbit we've been expecting to get that we seem to be leading up to with the questioning. It never happened. And it was not just once. It was with every witness. It seemed to just not be there. We're just missing that one piece we thought we'd be getting. Purple is calming. Purple is nicest. So ZA sentencing being aired. If so, we're going to watch it. I believe so. I think we're going to do that tomorrow. And that'll give us some time to find another trial. So keep your ear to the ground. We're looking, preferably, I would like to have a trial that is aired straight from the courtroom on WebEx. That makes things a little bit easier for me, and I can set it up to watch it the way we like. I'd rather not watch it through one of the big streamers because I have to be very careful how I do things that way. Mr. Mann says, I followed this case throughout and have no idea what the truth is. Very, very odd. We're watching the sentencing, right? Dinah, on this one, because it's a felony, we believe that there will be a delay between sentencing. If the jury comes back with the verdict, there would be a delay of some time between the sentence and this. It might be short, might be a few days, might be as much as 2 months. Looks fancy. I'm working on getting a light that you guys can control through chat, because at times when we're in court and we're watching trial and you guys need to get my attention, I turn the sound effects down. I turn them all the way off, and so you guys try to trigger like the buffer sound or something, and it's not working. So if I can have one of my lights triggered to either do a strobe or a flash or something to get my attention when the sound effects turned off.
I was born in Epping, England.
Epping, England, the original Epping. So many of the great town names we have here in the United States are copies of what people had that they moved from when they immigrated to the United States. I believe Epping is one of those. We are still waiting for a verdict. Our current time, if we look at the watch really quickly, hold on one second. Super source, box source. Camera 1 is 6. Camera 2 is 4. And switch. Why is it not working? And then to super source. There we go. There's our watch time. Sorry, I lost the deliberation. But that's how long the jury's been out. No witness called. No rebuttal. Probably the best strategy. I think they did a great job. I really thought they were going to win when they put in their motion to dismiss after the state rested. Short trial, I would have hoped it took more time. A human life was taken. It could have taken a lot more time had they tested some of the evidence, which I believe was crucial. Ruth asks if the jury is hung, will he be released? Ruth, that's a great question. If he's hung, the state has to decide if they're going to try him again. Generally, they would. And if they hurry and do that, he might be held pending that new trial. But otherwise, he would be released. And maybe, depending on how it was hung, they might say, we just don't have enough evidence. Going through this cost again is not worth it. Yeah, can they still test the evidence? They've got that gunshot residue test, right? They've swabbed his hands. Can they not just send it in and get it tested now? Could defense not have? I guess defense didn't want to send it in and have it tested. It works best for them having it not tested. So if prosecution does not test the hand residue swabs, then we've got Ivan on the phone. Just 1 second here.
Call from
Mr. Ivan, how are you doing this Monday morning?
Hey, how are you, buddy?
Doing well.
Hope everybody's doing well in chat. Just had a few thoughts. Boy, this one has been a doozy, man. I thought it was hilarious that you pointed out the misquote by the prosecutor. Isn't it always the guy trying to be Mr. Fancy Pants and one-up you?
Yeah. He thought he was going to...
It's always the one-upper. It's always the one-upper that gets it wrong.
Yeah.
And so... But anyway, that was like the icing on the cake, because what really bothered me is, he had a few things that were just overall not true that he said in his closing. The one thing that bothered me was him misstating the number of bullets and then making it seem as if there was a perfectly reasonable explanation for that. when that's key evidence for me, because what sense would it make? If we're here to believe that, if we're supposed to believe that the guy walked up behind him as he's painting, caught him off guard, shot him in the back of the head, there's no reason to reload. Okay, like, what are you reloading? You know what I mean? You already have a full clip anyway. Like, I didn't understand that logic, and the other logic I didn't understand was him kind of making a mockery, or like, poo-pooing the idea, big deal that they didn't test the evidence. Like, what would it really show? Like, so you're trying to tell me that it was relevant enough to take the swabs, to gather the evidence, but it wasn't worthwhile enough to actually test what you gathered? I mean, what are we talking about here? Like, he was talking in so many circles, I thought I was on the tilt-a-whirl.
Yeah.
And so, by the end of it, I was just, you could tell it just seemed to me he was searching for things to say, because it didn't seem like he was having the effect he wanted. And then hearing from Lee, when he said that everybody had their arms crossed, I think maybe he was reading the room like, oh gosh, I gotta keep these people, you know what I mean? I have to say something, profound, or I have to say something,
to win them over.
I have to say something, worth right. Because if you got, it's a small courtroom. You got 4 women in front of you with their arms crossed. That doesn't send the best vibes. And he probably thought, man, I'm not getting through, and so he just kept talking in circles. That's how I took it anyway. But
yeah, it was. There were a couple things that I think the state should have done and could have done in this investigation. That at a minimum, first, I think they could have determined the time of death. If they could determine the time,
why was that? Like,
that's a standard.
What was their explanation? Did I miss that?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a standard thing they should have been able to do. This wasn't like a decomposing body that was found long after the fact. It was that day. There are methods they can use to do that are fairly reliable and are very helpful, especially when you're dealing with the timeline of, we don't know what happened right here. Okay. Well, if they could pin down
we're
the
talking
time,
about a couple hours.
Yeah. Just a couple.
You know what I mean? It's yeah.
Then they also could have proved that he pulled the trigger. If they had swabbed his hands and got the gunshot residue and came back as like his hands were covered in it, and he made it sound like when you pull the trigger, all the gunshot residue shoots forward. This is a semi-automatic firearm.
That's what I didn't like either.
And some of that gas causes the blowback, and it gets all over your hand, it gets over your arm, gets on your face. There would be gunshot residue all over him if he fired that gun.
Like, remember, even with the Murdoch trial, it was all on the jacket. You know what I mean? Like, there was, and he had hours to clean. You know what I mean? Like, he was. This is just so silly that, like, he tried to, like, make it seem as if that was I'm surprised he even brought it up. Like, I think he thought he had to address it because it was glaring, but he only made it worse, in my opinion, by pretending that it wouldn't have revealed anything.
The last like 20 minutes of his closing was just in response to what the defense had said, and it was hurriedly written, and it was awful. Logically, it was. And
what's with him in hands? What's with him in hands? Like, he started it off with hands, and the baby's hands, and the ring on the hand.
And the wedding. It's like, you're going to talk about a wedding? You're going to talk about a wedding and a funeral?
Then he did a handstand, you know?
Yeah. It was crazy. The intro itself, most of us are like, who wrote this type thing? Fire that intern.
Terrible. Like, I mean, did he practice that in front of a mirror? And, like, who told him? I want to know what staffer told him that sounded good. Like, somebody had to
boss, let's run with that version.
Yeah. Sounds great.
And then worst of all, the slurping noises. Oh wait, that was me. I did the slurping noises while he was drinking.
Did your mother not teach you how to drink? I mean,
yeah, I may have done the slurping.
I hope she's awake. I hope she's alive and saw this, and she's going to say, "Son, I taught you better than that." You know, like. For goodness sake.
I would tell you, anyway, I was disappointed when I saw him go and refill his mug because he was ready for round 2. I'm like, please just be done and sit down.
We haven't had enough?
Yeah.
I don't know. He can't really read a room that well, I don't think. And just there are some people who are likable, and there are some people who are not. And I just didn't get a good vibe from him the whole trial. Like, he's just one of those, he just sort of speaks in a condescending sort of, like, holier than thou sort of, like, verbiage. And there are people who are like that and who've been in the same position for so long and in a position of authority or a position of power so long that they lose the ability to connect with everyday people. And it really seems as if he suffers from that because his just overall vibe just struck me as, like I said, condescending and, pompous. And that's, I know nothing about the demographics up there, but
ironically, it sort of proved to the defense's point where they said the police showed up and within 2 minutes, they knew what they wanted to do. They knew who the guilty guy was. They knew how this, it's a done deal. And that was the same attitude that he approached the closing statement with. She's like, hey, we caught the guy. His gun was right there. There's the body. It's got to be, we don't need to test all this. It would just say that we're right. So it was the arrogance that he approached it with.
Man. Yeah, he validated. Yeah, you're right. He validated the defense's major beef was that they had their guy before they looked. And so, like I said all along, do I think there's so much more to this story that we're never going to know? I hope there's a local investigative journalist that just gets a bug up his rear and figures I need to figure out what actually happened here, because that's what it's going to take to get to the bottom of any of this. They're going to have to interview some of those church members. They're going to have to interview some of his friend circle. You know what I mean? They're going to have to get to the bottom of what was really going on here, because you're never going to convince me that this guy just freaked out because they argued over Matthew 5, verse 15. You know what I mean? Like, that's not going to cut it with me. And so they're going to have to prove, like, what the actual relationship was, what the actual beef was, why, if he did do it. And I've been with you kind of all along. I've told you both publicly and privately, I'm kind of on the same boat as you. So if he did do this, why? Like, there has to be a reason. That doesn't just happen. You don't go up to somebody while they're execution style, while they're in your home doing you a favor and do them out like that. There's something else to be found here, and I hope there's somebody with enough curiosity, bug in the area that reveals it. So, anyway.
Be interesting. Of course, if there's a not guilty verdict, then it's all just said. It's all water under the bridge. This would be done.
Yeah, well, and for the questions about hung jury, and as far as he won't be released immediately, but what will happen in a hung jury is there will be some kind of agreed upon time frame. He will be held initially. He won't get out if it's a hung jury, because the bail. What the judge likes to say is bail will continue. Well, in this case, there is no bail. Okay, which was strange to me off the bat. Not that he could have posted it, but for second-degree murder, to have no bail is pretty rare. I can't think of another time that I ever saw that. But nevertheless, so bail will continue, and there is no bail, so he will be remanded. That'll continue. But then there's a period of time where they have to decide if they're going to bring the charges back again. And so that would probably be a separate hearing or a status hearing. Probably not televised. No, that would be a sort of like we had this morning.
Yeah, a pretty quick hearing. How much time do you need? At that point, if the state says, "Hey, we're not going to invest more resources in this. We don't have any better way to present this. We give our best shot," they might say, "We tried." And at that point, they say, "We're not going to charge him again." Then he'd be let out.
Well, and he's already done 3.5 years. And let me tell you something. He's done every day of that in a county jail, and they always say a year in the county jail is like 5 in prison. And why do they say that? Not because it's harder or not because it's more dangerous, because there's just nothing to do. You know what I mean? There are no programs. There is no rec yard. There is no weight room. There is no classes. Guys in prison are going to college. They're taking courses. You know what I mean? They're playing softball. They're doing this. They're doing that. There are things. They have jobs. All of them have jobs if you wanted in prison. When you're in jail, there's none of that. The time is 5 times slower when you're in the county jail. Because there's just literally nothing to do. And so, that 3.5 years, look at the weight he's put on. He's had so many ramen noodles and processed peas, he can't even, he doesn't even look the same, And people were asking why, people seem to gain weight. And I've said it a million times in the chat, unless you are actively working out when you're incarcerated, you will put on weight. It's not that they feed you a lot. It's what they feed you. Yeah. It is all carbs, things that you can buy lots of for a little amount of money, and the canteens all processed, and even the stuff they're serving you is processed. So it's just a nonstop buffet of carbohydrates and sodium prepackaged nonsense. So,
Ivan,
All right, I'll let
great
you
take
fly.
today. Appreciate it. Ivan has his own YouTube channel. If you like more of Ivan than you get today, which who doesn't, honestly, who doesn't want more of Ivan? I'd highly recommend you click. You can type !rebel in the chat, and you can see this link will pop up on your screen. Follow him on YouTube. He does a great job. We love him. He's a great friend of the channel and been around for a good long time. Thank you, Ivan, for your support, and thanks for your comments today.
You bet. And to answer Kim Newton's question, I'm not a lawyer. I'm actually an ex-con. So
Yes.
that's where the
Yes.
that's where the insight
Great
comes from. I was
experience on the other
table.
side. Appreciate
Reform.
it. Yep,
Proud to say
reform.
reform.
Yep.
All right, love you guys.
Thanks.
Yep,
We'll see you.
bye-bye.
Love you. Bye. Ivan's awesome. Love him. Let's see. There were a couple questions. Did I answer all of them? Somebody asked about his cell phone. Sandy was asking, was anyone's cell phone GPS investigated? The only cell phone they investigated was the defendant's cell phone, and that's how they used it to determine the time of death. Now, I realize I'm talking out of two sides of my face because I said that was a great way to do it in Murdaugh. Murdaugh was different. Murdaugh, we had established patterns of phone calls being answered very quickly. We had ongoing conversations that were abruptly cut off. We had, multiple people that testified that you could always reach, Paul on his phone. It was always right there. He would quickly respond all the time. In this case, we had a testimony from victims or from witnesses that said the victim in this case, if he was busy, he wouldn't answer his phone. And we knew he was supposed to be busy. He was painting. And so just to base it off that time frame, in this case, I think was wrong, but where I say it was right in Alex Murdaugh's. But that's the only phone that was investigated. As it was a point that was brought up many times by the defense that the defendant's phone was never investigated. They never checked to see if he had used it, and it was, it shows him being pinged off different cell towers that show he's out and about in the community that morning and had just returned back. I don't know if there were any phone calls made on that time during that time as well that might have been beneficial to talk about as well. But we don't know anything because that phone was not seized, was not investigated, was not checked on. Didn't pull records on that. Name is Mud says, I think defense played it perfectly. If the state can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt, then why have Brandon testify or have witnesses that could possibly help the state? They may have played their cards perfectly, and we might see a great defense. Where I would agree that someone who I believe is guilty should be free, because I do. I believe that he, like heart of hearts, if you ask me, I would say I think he did it. That's just my feel, right? That's my take. That's me looking at things saying I think he did it. But the evidence has not got me there beyond a reasonable doubt. What a conundrum. What was the approximate poll percentages in the verdict? Guilty, not guilty, or hung? What was the majority in chat? The majority was hung, followed by not guilty, followed by guilty. I believe guilty was 24%, and now I don't know what the totals were. It was, I think hung was 43. Does that sound right? 30, 35, 30-ish? That sounds better. I'll find you. Appreciate that. So how can they say the 911 wasn't called for 5 hours? That it's all based off that phone call. It's all based off what Uncle Eddie or Minister Eddie, the last call he had when it hung up. They're saying that it was 5 hours from then to when 911 was called. But they have no time of death. Zero time of death other than that. Great day for a picnic lunch, breathing some fresh air. Is RA still eating lunch? I'm back. Let's see. How do we do some polls? Amber, what poll would you like? We've done a couple of them. Some devices do not show the polls up. We've done a poll on whether it was guilty, not guilty, or hung jury. We've done a poll on the deliberation time of the jury. We've done a poll on whether he would fire his attorneys, and I think we did a poll on whether he would testify in his own self-defense. Maybe we didn't do that one. But we've done 3 or 4 today. The thought of not seizing phone after a murder charge is absurd. I've had my phone seized on disorderly conduct tickets, says Ivan. Let's see. Nice to see Nicole in the reserved seating. Welcome, Nicole. Good to have you here. This trial gives nothing burger a whole new meaning. Like a no patty burger, it was soup. It was watered down soup. I want to know a few things. I want to know, I realize this is not evidence, but curiosity. This is just the cat part of me wants these answers, right? I want to know what the sister's dream was, what her premonition was the night before that made her think something's wrong. I'm worried about Brandon. I want to know what that was. I want to know why the grandma and the sister and the dad all thought it would be very important to call and check on everybody to see how things are going. I want to know what happened there. I want to know exactly what happened at the church. The minister didn't, the minister of the church had a few answers, but not all of them. So I'd like to know somebody who could maybe tell us a little bit about what was the last interaction between Lewis and Brandon at the church that may have involved talking about a gun. I want to know, more about, every time they said there were some disagreements, it was sort of, it's just like, they'd have some disagreements about the word. I'm like, well, what does that look like to you? Does that look like somebody has a black eye at the end of it? Or does that look like somebody's shaking their head saying, no, that's not how I see it? Because a disagreement can end many different ways. Yes, Nicole became a member today, and it's awesome to have you here, Nicole. Nicole, it was awesome to talk to you on the phone as well about your insight in the case where you testified against Letitia Stout. That was fantastic. Did a great job as well. Was it a dream, or did she make that up? Actually, no, Brandon was going to do this. Yes, great question. What is in the background as well? What's in Brandon's background? I realize that the prior acts typically cannot be allowed in, but man, there's so many factors that I think might be relevant. A lot of people have asked about relationships, about something, maybe a relationship involving Brandon or involving Lewis or involving the sister or something. Possibly one that would have been forbidden in the religion or looked down upon. We didn't hear any evidence to that fact, but when we look at this and see all the missing holes, we think maybe this is what fills that hole. Maybe this is what explains it. We have questions. I think that's is that Emily DeBaker's thing? I have questions, she says. Anytime I hear someone say dreams, I think they're using that as a cover for actual events they suspected. But how does she suspect that? I mean, why? What's the foundation for that? How about the sister called to see if the deed was done, not about a dream? Why can we have 12 days after Lewis is shot dead, Lewis's son shoots 2 people in the same group, in the same association? Why is he not a suspect, honestly? Was it purely revenge, or was he looking to get everybody in this little circle that he didn't agree with? Why have we not talked about the dad? Why did we just say, oh, he was at work? Why can we get some proof of when he got to work? Can we get some proof of when Lewis got there? Was there an overlap? Was the dad home when Lewis showed up? Could the dad have been involved in this and then left to work and blame it on the son, pin it on the son? There are questions like that we should be able to rule out in this case that just have not been answered. Does anyone feel like any of those witnesses gave much information or evidence? Because I feel none of them provided anything to the death of Garcia. Search history may have revealed a lot about the days and weeks leading up to the murder. We saw how effective that was in Letitia Stout's trial, about her search history and what she'd done leading up to it. Let's see, Nicole Mobley and everyone else. Nicole, you're my current hero, says Mrs. H. What is the maximum penalty if he's convicted? I believe this would be life in prison without parole for the second-degree murder knowingly. The negligent or recklessly may have a lesser penalty. I'll have to look at that. I think she made the dream up. At least we know the stepson brought his own gun to the wedding. Where was the stepson when the dad... And where was the dad? Where were others? It's funny, the family are dodgy, but then today, and it might just be coincidence, but today Lee told us that the family, right at the last minute, moved from the stateside to the defense side, which is like crossing the aisle in a wedding a little bit. There's no rule about which side you have to sit on, but generally it's commonly practiced that you sit on the side you support. And we were surprised when they went and sat on the prosecution side, thinking they were called as hostile witnesses to testify against their brother. And not sure. So many questions. Why is no one else curious how body was positioned, how it was if it was shot in the back of the head? Wasn't he face up with head at corner and feet out away from the wall? Those physics don't work. Sandy, the last picture we saw in this trial from the crime scene that showed his feet during the closing statements by prosecution showed from looking in the doorway, we have the door jamb on the right-hand side right here, and on the table in the hallway had the firearm. Then there's the opening of the door, the wall along there, and the feet were exposed this way. So the feet were towards the corner, which is straight ahead of us, and the head would have been off over this direction. There was also a step stool right here. So he could have been facing away, fallen forward against the wall, which is where there was, the bullet impacted, as well as there was some matter on the wall as well. And then he fell that direction, and that would have been consistent. But he did fall and land, I believe, face up. That's my understanding. If the family writes a book, we need to create a book club. Jamie C., that's going to be a fun day. Book club. What would they call the book? Wrong answers only. What's the name of this murder if you have to title it as a book title? Ashley, lost my ring one time and it was missing for 3 months. Had a dream. I looked under my mattress and it was there. When I woke up, checked under the mattress and the ring was there. Ashley, I'm telling you, people have premonitions. Whether you see it as something spiritual or maybe it's your subconscious speaking to you or, some other being. The people have stories like this that are hard to completely dismiss. Maybe you thought Garcia was possessed. Gene, yes. After this morning, after we hear that he thought his lawyer was possessed, or maybe just following the desires of the wicked one, then that's more of a possibility. Crazy. Nicole, you've got some fans here, just so you know. Welcome. It's awesome to have you here. Let's see. Hello, Mr. Birdman. Thank you, JM, for that. I appreciate that. The devil made me do it, or I did it to the devil. It might be the more, the devil made me do it. Church Fight Club. Nobody talks about Church Fight Club. It's like, Wednesdays we have bingo, Thursdays is Church Fight Club, right? Followed by Bible study. Book title, could it be Satan? Could it be, shall we say, The Book of Many Wonders? Let's see. Courtney says she sent me something. What was that? Send you something on the burner about BC denial of a speedy trial. Thank you. Appreciate that, Courtney. Let me check the burner real quick. Oh, and we're getting stuff on the DeKalb stuff as well. That DeKalb case that's in jury selection right now would be a very interesting one. Let's see.
Alex stole it as well.
I'm gonna have to look at that the DeKalb thing. Okay, Courtney's. Man waited more than 3 years for murder trial. Wasn't denied right to speedy trial. New Hampshire judge rules. Pandemic delayed many court procedures. Excerpts pay. 3.5 years in jail, but not denied a right to speedy trial. I don't know. That he may get an appeal on that. See, Miss Priss says, do you think we as a society are requiring higher standards for proof than we have historically? Yes, I think we are. I think we are when higher degrees of evidence or higher reliability or evidence of a higher reliability level is available, I think we require higher standards. And maybe that's what's converted us to this. Why did Brandon decide not to represent himself? Dodie, we don't know. That decision was made in a closed hearing. We thought it was going to be made in an open hearing, but the judge closed it. And so we don't know. We know that the lawyers began by sort of questioning his sanity. His own lawyers questioning his sanity. If Brandon did it, why then did he not try to get rid of the gun or clean the gun? Not adding up. Let's see. Watching the blood paint dry. Good book titles. Devil Made Me Do It. How clean were those socks, too? Those were very clean socks. The Painting Preacher. It's like the Fighting Preacher, but the Painting Preacher. Additional issues involved here. Stipulation between defense and prosecution not to disclose at trial. If there was stipulation, it was not done in a court hearing as far as records that we could find. We couldn't find any motions to suppress. I guess stipulations might not have shown up in the court records, but those can just be decided between the two. Usually the judge doesn't have to mediate stipulations. Cindy's Crazy says, fun fact, when I first found this channel, I thought the beeping I was hearing was Ari's wife using the microwave and thought, wow, she does a lot of microwave cooking. The beeping is my alarm system on the house. So we know when the kids are escaping and which way they're running. Fun fact, our alarm, there's no way for me to turn that off. Our alarm does not have the ability to turn off the beep. So whatever door is open, whether it's garage doors, house doors, basement doors, it's gonna go off. Yeah, the deliberations would be fun to watch. Why did Brandon decide not to represent himself after all? I wish we knew that one. I heard you churches. Yeah. No blood found on Brandon except the back of his shirt to the back. Yeah, and the blood that was found on him was his own blood from him like picking a spot on his back and scratching at it. Wanted to use my free message to thank the one whose gift memberships. Thanks, Ara, and the mod team. You do an amazing job. So professional always. Eddie Jr., thank you very much. Love having you here for 3 months. I think next month you get a new court color as well, which is exciting. I heard you paint churches is what I meant. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Yeah, it was the back acne. It's crazy. Was there any police interrogation? I don't think so. I think he did not talk to anyone. I didn't hear him say that he lawyered up, but he just did not respond to anyone. Okay. Why would he decide not to testify if he was willing to represent himself? Ashley, I wish I could have heard that conversation. The confusing devil in the painted room. Yeah, unfortunately, our windows don't tell me when he opens up an upper story window to climb out onto our roof. He just does that on his own. Monique Holmes says, I just can't get enough of this channel, even when I'm just lurking. Awesome, Monique. Good to have you here. Brandon might have said the devil made me do it. LOL, Flip Wilson. Okay. I'm too old to remember that. I'm old to remember that. I'm looking at the mixer on his desk. I'm curious what all those rainbow-colored big square buttons are used for. Lex Luthor, these buttons on my desk. Let me switch to a different screen. First of all, I can change them to be any color I want. So like right now, let me see if I can switch them around. As I click this button, sometimes they will change colors, like right there, because I can reassign different colors to each button. But I can also set any recorded audio I want into the button. So if I need some applause, whoops, I have to turn the slider up for it. So we have some applause, sad trombone, scary. I can do the harp, rim shot, crickets, a little bit of laughter. So we have different sound effects, and I also trigger all my songs that way as well. So our intro song is right there, and I can start that. But I have banks and banks of these. I think I have. Let me see how many I have. I have 8 different banks of sounds, so 8 pages of 8 sounds on each one, which I think is about all it can hold. But that's how I trigger all my sound effects. The sound effects you're hearing when somebody like does the laughter right there, or the lawsuit sound effects, those are triggered by you and they're run by this computer right here. So this computer has an application running on it that watches for those commands in chat. It interfaces directly with the YouTube chat through the API. And when it finds a match, it runs a sound that exists on this computer, comes through the headphone jack on that into this machine on channel 2 of my mixer board. So if I have this sound down, you won't hear any of your sound effects. But if I put it up, the sound effects will come through.
Let no dead horse go.
My microphone is on channel 1. This channel right here, which would be channel 6 if it were labeled, that's the phone. I can also do a Bluetooth connection or straight from a computer USB connection. Just Beth says, yay, so happy I found this channel. Makes my workday go by so fast. Shh, don't tell my boss. Just Beth, we won't. Speaking of sounds, that's the buffer noise, which means I've missed something. Let's see. Shell says, verdict is in. Verdict is in. Let's see. Shells was, Lee and Shells said that we're there just in. Somebody's connecting right now. Let's see what we got.
Call from
Bobby Joe.
Hey, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
Hey, I was just going to tell you, but I see the boss got it up there. Verdict is in, Shell says.
Yeah, that's awesome. Shells was up there in the courtroom with Lee. So
yes, I know.
So we're excited.
I know.
They just missed it. They drove away from it, but they'll get to watch us with us. So this is great.
Yes.
I don't know. Did they say how long we're going to wait before they air it?
I don't know. Shells didn't say that. She just said the verdict's in.
Okay. Well, here we go. Let's play the music, shall we?
Yes, let's do.
Okay.
Thanks. All right.
All right. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. We have a verdict, apparently. So it looks like 2 hours and 51 minutes. Could have been about 2.5 hours with lunchtime. And there's a slow speed chase. There's no way it's not guilty this fast. I'm going to see if I can find out just how long we have before the verdict's going to be read. Okay, I'm still trying to find this information. If somebody has a... oh, wow. We've gotten all sorts of comments coming in. let's see. Eli Veldman says, wow, a month already. Yes, it goes fast. Pants is here. There were 2 jurors set on guilty who would be a tough to switch. This is going to be a guilty verdict. Amy Mante says, starting my 3rd month. Love this channel. Thank you, Amy. And Ellie gifted a membership as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's see. I'm trying to find where the verdict is. Who says we've got a verdict here? Where are you seeing this, Shells? Let's see. I'm not seeing it yet. Nurse for God just gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Nurse. Appreciate it. How do I know if I get a membership? Dodie, first of all, your name will turn green. That's the quickest way. The Court TV verdict watch clock has stopped. Sorry, I'm over here on Matthew Harris's channel shopping for clothes. Let's see. I don't see a feed from Court TV at all on this one. Let's see. Are you sure? Or was this a false alarm? Let's go over to Court TV's Twitter. Is anybody else seeing this? Can we confirm this anywhere? I'm not seeing a feed anywhere that tells me that that's done. Okay, was this a false alarm? We have a live police chase. I can't see on Court TV. I'm not seeing Court TV feed at all. Like Court TV's feed just dropped. Let's see.
Call from
Bree.
To accept, press 1.
Hey, Bree, this is Recovery Addicts. How are you doing?
Hey, good. In the chat, I just put in a link to the Court TV. It says that the verdict is in.
Okay. Are you watching on YouTube or straight from the website?
I'm on the Court TV. I'm on courttv.com.
Okay.
I just put it in the chat, so I will at you with it too, so you have it.
Let's see. I'll jump on their page here.
There, I just put it in chat for you right now.
Okay. I'm not sure if it shows up. Oh, here we go. Hang on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see. Let's take camera 2.
I'm told that we have received a verdict in this
Thank you,
case.
Bree.
I'm going to bring the
Appreciate
jury in a second.
You're welcome.
Just want to remind everybody that the return of a verdict in every criminal case is a very serious event. Obviously, this is a serious matter, and it has been well tried by both sides. I just ask that the solemnity. Okay. Mr. Sharp, bring the jury. All rise to the jury, please.
Okay, so yeah, 2.5 hours roughly.
Maybe seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Foreperson, I am told that the jury has reached a unanimous verdict in this case. Is that true?
It is.
Okay. Have you reached a verdict on both of the indictments that are pending?
We have.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Will the defendant remain standing and face the jury? Madam Foreperson, please stand. Madam Foreperson, how say you? Is the defendant guilty or not guilty of the charge of second-degree murder, charge ID number 180-9C, alleging that the defendant committed the crime of second-degree murder in that he knowingly caused the death of Luis Garcia by shooting Mr. Garcia through the neck with a firearm, resulting in his death?
We find the defendant guilty.
The foreperson has said guilty as to that charge. So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
Madam Foreperson, how say you? Is the defendant guilty or not guilty of the charge of second-degree murder, charge ID number 167?
This one should be not guilty.
C.
Because alternative indictment.
Crime of second-degree murder in that he recklessly caused the death of Luis Garcia under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life by shooting Mr. Garcia in the neck with a firearm, resulting in his death.
We find the defendant guilty.
The foreperson has said guilty as to that charge. So say you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Foreperson, may I see the jury verdict form, please?
So they found him guilty of both? I don't know how you can do that with the alternative indictments.
The form is in order. Thank you. Counsel, would you like the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What I'll do is I'll have the jury polled now. What that means is that the clerk is going to ask each individual juror with respect to, since the finding is guilty on both charges, so we'll have them polled for both charges at the same time, since they're alternative indictments. So when the clerk reads your jury number, you're to let us know orally, each one of you individually, what your verdict is with respect to both charges. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Madam Foreperson has announced a guilty verdict. Madam Foreperson, as to both charges, how say you? Is the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Juror number 2.
Guilty.
Juror number 4. Oh, is alternate, my apologies. Juror number 5.
Guilty.
Juror number 6.
Guilty.
Juror number 8.
Guilty.
Juror number 9.
Guilty.
Juror number 10.
Guilty.
Juror number 11.
Guilty.
Juror number 12.
Guilty.
Juror number 13.
Guilty.
Juror number 14.
Guilty.
And juror number 15.
Guilty.
Thank you.
Thank you. Defense, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your service. I'm going to discharge you at this point in time, but ask you to remain in the jury deliberation room for a few minutes while I deal with some administrative matters here in the courtroom. Mr. Bailiff, if you would please bring the alternates back with the 12 deliberating jurors. Thank you. All rise for the jury, please. All right, please be seated. Verdicts of guilty having been entered, the defendant is convicted of the second-degree murder. Bail is revoked pending sentencing. We'll schedule sentencing. The clerk will reach out to the parties at some point and figure out a mutually agreeable date for sentencing in this matter. I will be requesting a PSI, pre-sentence investigation report to the Department of Corrections. We'll schedule this for sentencing as the next order of business. Anything further from the state?
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'll issue that order. Court stands in recess. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
he undid his top button between the sentence and this. And the bailiffs will go ahead and put him in cuffs now. No outburst. No outburst from the court. None from the defendant either. Sorry. And with that, we're done. The lawyer should gather up his notes for him. And they're done. They're just waiting to be let out of the courtroom. Not seeing family there. Maybe they're being let out first. They're not being shown on the other side of the courtroom. Got the family there. There we go. That would be a hard one for me. That would be a hard one for me. I realize I've been a big proponent of accepting circumstantial evidence with just as much weight as direct evidence. But where I had no direct evidence, and I realize they don't have to prove motive, but there didn't seem to be any motive as well. That was difficult, especially with all the questions and just how we've seen other trials handled and how thorough the questioning has been to rule out other possibilities, where we didn't see that. I expected more.
Decision. The duty of imposing sentence.
That's a different audio. Sorry about that. If that was me and I did not do it, I would have been shorted out, or I would have shorted out or done something. It would have been some sort of reaction. No handshakes between the attorneys, apparently. I think they did a brief nod. I don't feel cheated because I've said all along I think he did it. So I don't feel as bad on this one, but at the same time I think that the state should be held to a higher standard than that they were in this case. No one else was in the room. Who else did it? Well, when did he die? I mean, Randy, for me, it can be feasible for me that he went to Starbucks and got himself a drink in the morning, all right? And when he came back, the front door, which was always locked because the doorknob itself did not work, we heard that testimony, he comes back, locks the door behind him, goes up and finds his friend dead and prays, and the police show up. That to me, it doesn't seem to be a stretch. It doesn't seem to be unreasonable. Very surprised. I've been wrong many times, and I'll probably be wrong many times in the future as well. But at the same time, it's amazing to see this justice system work and how it functions, and with the little differences that we see in every single state as it varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. 5 days, 2-hour verdict. Nice. Yeah, one and done. I think he has a good chance at appeal. Jesse, I think so as well. I think his best chance of appeal has to do with how he wanted to represent himself or how that was handled. Because that is a constitutional right, and I don't believe there's any evidence presented that shows that he is not, fit to represent himself. And so if he wanted to and was not allowed to, I think that would be one of his strongest appeals. Judge should have dismissed the case when he had the chance. That was so close, be kind. At that moment, I thought the judge could have at least dropped one of the charges, if not both. But he has to look at it in the light most favorable to the state. The state did present some argument saying we think we've addressed all these issues, and so he has to allow it forward. I think the judge was right in how he did that. So did his family think he was guilty and he did it? April, I don't know. I'm not sure if they're going to speak out. Wow. I missed it. What happened? This case is one and done. It's over. Conviction on both counts, which I misunderstood. They said they were alternative indictments, meaning usually one or the other. You have this one, or alternatively you have that one. But they found him guilty on both, which would be knowingly causing death, second-degree murder, and negligently causing death, second-degree murder. Just doesn't add up.
Lee.
Hey, Lee. Welcome back.
Hey there.
We talked a few minutes ago, and now it's all done. Are you as surprised as I am?
Yeah, that was... Yes. I mean, I kind of thought they were going to, say these alternative possible explanations aren't necessarily reasonable, but I was kind of surprised it happened that fast.
That was really quick. I'm not sure where you guys saw the news that the verdict was in. You guys got the news first. Shells, I think, was the one who tipped us off long before I could find it. So thank you for that.
Yeah, we saw all the bailiffs come scurrying out, and then the video people texting other video people to get ready. While we were waiting in the sort of lobby area, we observed the families, and both the victims and the defendant's families, and they were all. The defendant's family didn't seem terribly sketchy. They seemed to be all talking, and the sister and dad, and they seemed more normal somehow than it seemed like when we saw them on, on the video.
I imagine anyone under examination and cross-examination might look a little weird. It's very pointed questions and selected questions are asked of them. But I didn't see any outbreak, any emotion, any response in the courtroom. Was
the victim's wife? She kind of bawled her eyes out a little bit there when the verdict came through. The defendant's family was sitting on his side this time. They seemed, I guess, I couldn't see the sister. I think Shells could, and she was crying. Okay. They seemed like they didn't seem surprised at all by this. Like, I feel like they were sort of resigned that this is the way it was going to go.
I do imagine,
That's the impression we got.
3.5 years of this dragging through the system gives you some time to at least contemplate the possible options. So it's not probably the shock that may have existed if this were a very quick trial immediately after a charge. But well, I had mistakenly thought you had headed home, so I'm glad you were there. You got the verdict.
No, we were just in Epping for lunch, which is the next town north of here.
Okay, awesome.
I just had to say Epping because it's fun to say.
I appreciate that. Wow, that was whoa. I'm surprised. I thought it would be probably much more likely that we would end up with a lesser included charge, that the jury might look at that and say, you haven't proven those charges, but we can go with something lesser.
Yep, and it shows my read of them in the crossed arms was not what I thought it was.
Yeah.
The jury.
You did the best you could, and I was surprised as well. So you and I both learned a little bit today. Lee, thank you and Shells for making a road trip and being our eyes and ears, as Samantha says here, being our eyes and ears in court. That's exciting. I hope one day to be able to do that myself during one of the trials that we're following. Hey.
Yeah, and you probably have subscribers all over the country, so you probably can find people for almost any case.
It's awesome. We do have a very diverse audience, so that's cool. Lee, thank you and your wife. All
right,
appreciate you both.
Yep, thank you.
All right,
bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, seems a little like a Stepford trial. They just went through the motions. It seemed like the end was already decided. Isn't there a song by like Reba McEntire? Don't trust your soul to no backwoods Southern lawyer, because the judge in the town's got blood stains on his hands. Something like that. There's how the lyrics go. I'm not saying that this is a corrupt trial. Not at all. I think this went through the right process, but it was fast. It was very fast, and it did seem rushed through the witnesses, rushed through the defense. Seemed rushed. Lots of decisions that we've seen take a lot longer to play out seem to go very quickly in this one. The fact that he didn't give his side of the story didn't help him. Yeah, it can't be held against him though, right? I didn't hear that instruction to the jury, which normally you do. Was that instruction read to the jury this morning? I was a little distracted during that. Come to Moscow. I have an Airbnb I manage, but far away. Moscow, Idaho. I'll find you. Here's the problem. If I go to Idaho for the trial, say like the BK trial, I'm going to have to pack my fishing pole, and I'll have to pack my metal detector, and I might just miss court on accident. On accident. I intend to be there, but I might miss it. There's so much to do in Idaho. Love it. Beautiful country too. There's parts that are quite desolate. Actually, there are parts that remind me of the moon, like desolation, nothing. Just it's like lava. I think it is actually lava. But the other parts, just that are absolutely incredible and beautiful. Okay. Let's see. Did you get my text to the burner yesterday? Bite me? I think I did. I may not have responded. Just 1 second. I think it was regarding Mother's Day. And by the way, thank you to all the people who reached out to Mrs. R.A. and myself over the weekend, whether it was congratulations on our anniversary or Mother's Day. We had many people that reached out with those kind regards. Out of respect for the day, with it being anniversary and Mother's Day, I did not respond to many because we spend a lot of time together, just having Mother's Day and anniversary. So I apologize for not responding. They were very much appreciated though, and thank you very much. Someone said, "Isn't Ari still asking for proof?" Yeah, I'm blown away a little bit by this one. Surprised, very surprised. But I don't feel like it was injustice, because I've said all along I think he did it. So it's a weird place I'm in, and I've been in this weird place before. But in this case, I think the jury got it wrong, but we don't have an innocent man going to jail. I believe he's guilty. I just think the state didn't prove it. So how does that mean they got it wrong? I don't know. I'll go if you go, deal. We've got to figure this out. I'm working on getting some equipment that will allow us to go live from mobile. And I have to work on how to take my studio mobile, what I would need to take to pack together to be able to do the show on the road from a different courthouse or something like that, or nearby a courthouse, maybe a hotel. But stopping in to say hi, working hard the last few weeks. I can't get in to see you all. Miss you and hope everyone is well. Love you all. Lady Writer, thank you so much. Appreciate your continued support. Just had an amazing verdict today with a guilty, and it caught me off guard. That's good. I'm going to Boise in July for work. Never been to Idaho, so I'm excited. Boise's a fun place to go. It's booming. It really is growing quite a bit. If you, I would say Boise is not the most fun place to be. It's a happening town. There's a lot to do there. But I like going a little further north. I like going up into the the Salmon River is an amazing place to go. Whitewater rafting on the Salmon River through I don't know what they are, Class 5 rapids. What a memory. Just amazing river. Beautiful, rugged territory. That was a lot of fun. Cold water too. And anything on the Snake River, fishing on the Snake River, going on the other side of the state, all the way over into Wyoming, Jackson Hole, Wyoming, the Teton Mountains, let's see, Island Park. The families, we've rented a cabin up in Island Park, which is an amazing snowmobiling destination during the winter, and just a beautiful stop during the summer. Lots of wildlife, bears and otherwise, in that area up around Island Park. But so much beauty up in Idaho. Love it. Okay. Lava is easy to recognize. It's hot. It's the red rock that's glowing, right? What trial is next? Chris, we're looking at one out of Georgia. Let me see if I can find it here. Give me just 1 second. Trying to find one that's I think it's in DeKalb County. Let's see, jury selection's begun right now in a trial of a disgraced Georgia attorney. It's like a Murdaugh Part 2. That's what it is. You've got a former attorney who's stealing money from his clients. Okay, injury, a personal injury, like a malpractice lawyer. Unfortunately he's out. He's been convicted for some of the crimes. He was convicted. Then he's out on jail to get some of his finances and his life in order before he reports to prison. And right before he's supposed to report to prison, his mom, 77-year-old mom, makes him dinner. He eats the dinner and then kills her. And it's a brutal murder. He cuts off his ankle monitor, which he was wearing at the time, and then steals her Lexus and isn't caught for 8 months until the U.S. Marshals catch him in Tennessee and Nashville. So that's what we're looking at possibly following next, which would just be very interesting as that's beginning this week. Let's see. Just crazy. North Idaho is gorgeous. It is. And if you get too far north, some of the politics might get a little strange for some people a little further north. But other than that, it is just gorgeous. Have you looked at Matthew Land's? I can't check from England. Matthew Land's? Hold on, let me do a quick Google. He's accused of killing an Ackworth couple. Let's see what the latest is on this one. Whoa. So he kills a couple, and their son was found inside the home 12 hours later. See, so that was scheduled. I'll have to dig on this one. I don't see what the trial dates are. It looks like it was scheduled for late last year and early this year. All right. Confirm with our Georgia friends. I'm pretty sure DeKalb is pronounced DeKalb. DeKalb County, no L. The L is silent. Larry Millette case. What's Larry Millette? Is this in California? California we have trouble with, quite a bit of trouble with, because they are not a very open state for broadcasting court proceedings. I have to look at that one. CG says, y'all are the best chat I've ever seen, knowledgeable, friendly, and hilarious. Oops, I missed a sound here. Kathleen Tackett says, has verdict been read? What did I miss? Kathleen, yeah, it was blink and you miss it. Verdict came in guilty on both counts, on both second-degree murder counts. So it's done. He's already been hauled off to the jail. It's guilty on both charges. It's DeKalb, says KT for sure. Okay, I'll try to remember that. DeKalb County. Land's case was crazy. I used to live across the street from the neighborhood it happened in, says Newbunk Foss. All the troublemakers live in California. Tish, that's the truth. Yeah. Can confirm the L is silent. We've got 2 votes for a silent L there. Yes, they reached a verdict. They announced the verdict. Very little warning. Very little warning. It was quick. The jury was polled. They all agreed, and it's done. So they're going to announce the sentencing will actually be later. We didn't hear the scheduling, but they're going to work with both sides to figure out the scheduling. It probably won't be covered by news. Nancy, we're hoping that the Chad Vallow Daybell case will be aired. I really am hoping for that. I'm sure he's going to try to throw Lori under the bus in that one. They also took his birthday already. They took away his birthday already. New Hampshire doesn't play. They broadcast this whole 2-week preliminary. His wife went missing. Body never found. It does depend on the court, but I have to get special permission from the judge generally in California. Polk County. Okay. There we go. I think we need some time to think this one through. I don't know what else to do today. It surprised me. First of all, it was 2.5 hours of deliberation and then a guilty verdict, quick guilty, unanimous. Jury had very little to really work to do on this one. Probably got 10 to life and time served. Never see Texas trials. Do they not show them? Virginia, we'll have to figure out. Just depends on the trial. Depends on the court. The judge has a lot of say in almost every state about whether or not it gets televised as well. Angelina Knox says, I stepped away for a while and missed the live verdict. Just ran video back and saw the verdict. It's done. It's over. This one's in the books. Matthew Harris says, here's some callers. What does chat think about the verdict and the evidence? I think Matthew was the one who said guilty on this one. I think you called this one, if I remember your chat from this morning. And I was thinking, well, Matthew's going to be wrong. Finally, this is the first one Matthew's going to be wrong on, but nope. Bail was revoked. We're missing your lovely Georgia humidity. Penalty for manslaughter is up to 30 years. Man. That was quick. All right, guess what? We have an early afternoon. We get to wrap things up. For some of you, that means you might have to finish mowing the lawn if you stopped halfway through because you heard your name in chat. For others, you might be able to catch up on some chores that have gone uncaught up for a little bit. Some judges have YouTube channels in Texas and that stream trials. If you've got one that's coming up, we'd like a trial that lasts about a week at least. It takes a while to really learn the players in a trial. It takes a while to learn the facts and what the questions are, so we can ask and do our own research and find a little bit more about it. So if it's less than a week, it's hard to really get into the case. But Nursing Mom's dog says, I was mowing. Check the A.J. Armstrong case in Houston. Brandy Churchwell and I are trying to find out if it will be streaming. If Brandy's going to cover it, I probably won't. Want to give her some trials to cover that we're not competing directly on. I don't want to clean the house, says Samantha. Love this channel, says Jenny G.A. Thank you so much, Jenny. Oh, call's coming in right here. Let's see who it is.
Call from
Kyle.
Kyle, how are you doing, my friend?
Good. I'm keeping you late again, as always. Sorry, I'm at work. I finally got a second to call, and I'm like, oh my God, he's trying to leave. So, I had a question though about the alternate verdict stuff. So when the judge read that, to my understanding, it was they can either find him guilty on those two charges, or they can find him guilty on something else. Am I wrong on that? Like, that's what I thought. Because I figured, I told Melissa earlier, like, if I was a juror, I'd say not guilty on both of those. And then I would say you didn't report a dead body or render aid to somebody who needed it, guilty on those, right?
Yeah, let me see if I can find a definition here. Let's see.
Because the state for sure did not meet the burden in this one.
That's what I felt. I thought they did a very poor job of presenting facts that would convince a jury that is. Let's see.
I agree with you though. I think he did it though, but I just think the state did a really bad job. And I was waiting the whole time working. I'm like, oh man, and nobody's calling. I'll call right now. And then you want to leave. So it's always me. I'm sorry.
Let's see. This is not specific to New Hampshire. As a matter of fact, I think this isn't even the U.S., but let me just see if I can find a definition here on alternative verdicts. Prosecution must prove each element of the offense beyond reasonable doubt. Where a trier of fact is not satisfied that one or more elements is proved beyond reasonable doubt, that will usually end the matter in an acquittal. However, in some circumstances, usually an aggravated form of an offense, where one or more elements of the principal charge is not proved, but the elements that are proved constitute a lesser offense, it is possible for the trier of fact to convict of that offense. These are the alternate verdicts. Alternative verdicts are governed.
You're reading Latin, man. I don't know what any of that means.
I will read it. I'll see if I can explain it for you. Alternative verdicts are governed in some instances by common law and other instances by statute. Alternative counts are often added to an indictment by the Crown. This is out of Australia, by the way. So I was just hoping that this is New South Wales, I believe. But I was trying to just see if I could get the definition. We might need to phone a lawyer here to figure out on these alternative indictments.
No problem. I just didn't hear anybody bringing it up, and you were getting ready to end the show, and you're like, I think we got nothing else. I'm like, well, nobody brought that up, so just no big deal. I was just curious, and if we can dig into that more for next time, maybe,
Yeah, I definitely have questions, and that would be something that would be fun to research. Maybe I can do the homework on this one as we get ready tomorrow. I think we're going to go to DeKalb County. It's the next case. It sounds like another Murdaugh trial in the makings with Richard Merritt.
Yep.
So we might try to head out that
sounds
direction.
Great.
But we'll do that. But until then,
all right.
I've got
we'll let you go. Okay, take it easy.
Thank you, Kyle. Good to hear from you.
Go do some homework and relax.
Yes.
Yep, take it easy, Ari.
Sounds good. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. Let's see. Matthew says, for those of you without lawns who still need their legal fix, I know where you can get it. Yes, it's a little early for a new video that's not going to be dropped till Thursday at noon. But you can definitely you can go and pre-order or order your apparel as I'm sporting. Oops, let's see if I can change this here. As I'm sporting the new attire, courtesy of Matthew Harris. Everything I know about law, I learned from Matthew Harris Law. I'm going to wear this around town. I'd wear this in court. I think this is probably suitable for court because of the lettering is proper format with the serifs and everything. I believe it's probably court appropriate. Matthew wouldn't send me something that wasn't appropriate for court. So, Recovery Addict, please make sure you watch for Corey Richin trial, murdered husband with fentanyl, and then wrote children's book on grieving with her children, and went on a national book tour on all the television talk shows in the morning to talk about grief and about how difficult it is and how to deal with it. Yes, nothing like the murderer just profiting from their crime. Yeah, that's going to be a crazy one. I think she was just arrested. I realized the murder happened like a year ago, but I think she was just barely arrested in that one. This is out of Utah. We've only seen one case out of Utah so far that we followed, and that was the Gwyneth Paltrow case, which was a civil trial. A lot of fun, a little bit different than we expected. I think this trial would be in the same county, also Summit County, Utah. And having previous connections there, I might be able to swing something that would be really fun there. That would be awesome. Don Bean, I like all of this except for the fact that I'm not a lawyer. I just love the law. Maybe one day I could actually pass the bar. I'd have to take it, of course, but I'll have to do that in Virginia because I don't want to go to law school. Nothing like another disgraced lawyer case. Ha ha ha. Yes, Ivan. I was wrong. Although I like to say that I'm just a interested third party. Let's see. I hope we get to watch that. Yes, she was just indicted. It may go fast. It may go really fast, but even fast might be 3 months out. 90 days is quick in a murder trial. Add a bottle before wearing it to court. Add a bottle. You might need a blazer with it, pursuant to most court rules, but that's definitely court attire. I think a little sport jacket would really look good, or maybe a vest. A vest, like an open front vest. I wouldn't button it up because that would cover the logo. But Phyllis Nagy, what is taking so long? It's done. It's done. It is over. The verdict came in guilty on all. It was a surprise. It was very quick. It was a surprise to me. 10 to Life does recaps of trials, pre and post that are compact, but she gets all the facts straight. 10 to Life does a great job on that channel. Really good stuff. Should do a montage verdict announcements. Might have to turn it inside out and have a jacket for court. No tie, though. Hannah says, I'll miss you, but tonight I might get some sleep in a reasonable time. Here in Sweden, the live stream goes on quite late. I just can't miss it. You're the best. Thank you, Hannah. Appreciate it. You're going to get some rest tonight. We're going to end early. Thank you. Thank you. Summit County is about an hour or two drive away. There's some places to camp in Summit County. Can you imagine me pitching a tent there in Summit County and driving to the courthouse, smelling like my campfire from the night before? That'd be awesome. I could do this. I don't think I could afford any place to stay in Summit County. It's a spendy place, although I have stayed there in the past. Jury got this wrong. I think he did it, but the state did not prove it. Jurors have to go by the instructions, and I believe they did not. Fun and Funky says, I know U.S. law better than U.K. law. I think one day, Fun and Funky, U.K. law, I think they may have cameras in the courtrooms on a widespread basis. Red Pen has given me homework. Add a countdown bumper to the front end of your intro so we get the 5-second ads and don't miss getting our seat in the front row center. Okay. Red Pen, I can do that. But I have to end up right now. Award Cleaver Vest. Apparently that's the one. There's another interesting one. Robin Niceta. Former social worker accused of faking cancer. She used stock images to fake cancer. It's out of Colorado. Okay. We've got some homework to think on. I meant a bow tie. Okay, a bow tie would go great with this. This one was like a bad roller coaster, fast but curving up and down with some jarring and walking away unsatisfied. It ended too soon, Scott. I think that's what's happened. Can I have the shoulder surfer view again? Yeah, sure. Is there something you'd like to see specifically, Blackbird, on this one? Or you just did not want to see my face and you just wanted to nicely let me know. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back every morning at 9 a.m. That's what we do. We'll be back tomorrow morning for sure. Don't forget to delete the very beginning of the trial today when you get off the live. I will cut that little portion out. I think I can just clip that bit and it will just have a little gap to comply with the judge. Ivan says I'm at 696, almost at 700 subs. Ivan, you were so close. Hopefully we can get you 4 more subs. If somebody just types !rebel, and any of you who have not yet subscribed to Ivan's channel want to take the opportunity to do so, it would just be awesome to do that. Okay, we're getting more messages, ideas, things to follow. Hey, who's this from? Who sent me the... someone sent me a picture of a metal detector, the Tesaro metal detector. I've got a buddy who loves Tesaro metal detectors that are just amazing. Well, Ivan's link is on cooldown, but here it is right there. You have to scroll up just a little bit to see it. If you click on that, you can get there. Hope to get you another 4 subscribers to that 700 mark today. Okay. Good luck on the stalker in the attic trial. That would be a fun one. They're going to be on Verdict Watch soon. That was a crazy trial as well. Nancy, have fun with that one. Cass says, big question. If he was found not guilty, then blurted out he did it, what would happen? His conscience wouldn't hold the truth? Oh, man. We need a lawyer to weigh in on that. I subbed. Thank you, Kelly J. Appreciate that. Ivan's a great guy. I think you'll like it. If you come to Utah, come stay with me. Only about 30 minutes from Park City, says John. 30 minutes. What city, John? What city are you at? Because we have to hook up again. I haven't seen you in ages. Let's see. 7:15. I'd have to mention you're the best. All right, awesome, Ivan. Glad to get you over that 700 hump. It's all downhill from here. Stalker took the stand, which is crazy. Oh, we might have to. Who's covering that one? I think are Brandy and JT covering that trial? I think they are. They're trying to catch up on that one. I realize it's almost over, but we might have to catch that tonight on their live stream. I cannot wait to hear all the details and see the charts if they're covering that one. It's getting ready to be in Verdict Watch shortly. Okay, you guys are awesome. Let's do this. Let's wrap it up. We'll play the song one more time. I have my homework to do. I've got to get you a countdown timer. I think 10 seconds is enough, right? 10 seconds should give you enough to miss to skip the ads at the beginning of the video and not miss the music. So I'll do it. It's in Verdict Watch. It is. It's official. That's awesome. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, and make the day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning Eastern time. Until then, I've got homework to do. You've got some catching up to do on the chores that you haven't done, but now there's no excuse. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry. You got to do it. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a great day. Bye. Can't end it like that where I switch to the wrong screen. I have to play music again. I can't do that here. It's supposed to go like this. Let's try this again. Cut, and then ready. MP1. Everyone go check out Matthew Harris's channel. All right, now I'm going to go. We'll see you guys.